lofted, could be out in the deep. Oh, tumbling catch taken by Sophia Dunkley on as a substitute. High fives now, the England team rushing towards her, and it's an emphatic victory for England because Nida Dar won't be coming out to bat. The crowd were just informed of that victory in Chelmsford, and they've gone unbeaten across this whole series against Pakistan.
Good start for England. Will it continue? They've already made a pretty decent start to this summer, but we've actually got summer. That's the main thing today. Some glorious weather. Welcome along here to the Riverside Chester Street. It is a glorious sunny day for England versus New Zealand in a series of one-day internationals and T20 internationals over the next few weeks. England last played in May, winning all of their matches versus Pakistan, bar the no result. New Zealand's last outing back in April against England in New Zealand. And England, of course, had a very successful tour. First things today, the toss. New Zealand have won the toss. They've elected to bat first. I don't think there are many surprises about that. We'll get our expert opinion on that in a few moments' time. But this pitch, this surface has seen an awful lot of sunshine. I know it's, for those listening here in this country, it is rare, but we're making the most of it. An awful lot of sunshine on this pitch. Anyway, let's get the teams. This is for England first. Tammy Beaumont, Maya Bocher, Heather Knight, Natsiva Brunt, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones, Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Sarah Glenn, Lauren Filer and Lauren Bell. For New Zealand, Susie Bates, Georgia Plimmer, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, the captain, Maddie Green, Brooke Halliday, Isabel Gaze, the wicketkeeper, Hannah Rowe, Jess Kerr, Molly Penfold and Fran Jonas. And we are approximately 12 minutes away from the start of this series. So much looking forward to it. At last, also, we've got cricket being played in cricket weather. Frankie Mackay from New Zealand. It's only right I should say hello to you first. You know, you've been the visitor. You are aware just how excited we are, not only about the cricket, but by the weather as well, don't you?
Oh, I'm excited about it too. Don't you worry. Yeah. I have come from 8 degrees and raining at home, so the fact that I turned out and saw some blue sky, temperatures in the 20, absolutely thrilled. And we're going to have some cricket played, so I am as happy as you could be.
So you're making the point that you've come from New Zealand, where it's coming into, obviously, in your winter time. Can I just tell you, what did you say, 8 degrees and rain?
8 degrees and rain.
If you'd arrived here at the beginning of June, you also would have had 8 degrees. And, oh, look who's on my right-hand side.
Sorry, I chuckled too early there.
Did you?
Before you fully introed me, but...
I want to say World Cup winner and all that sort of stuff, Ebbs, but...
How about more your cricket bestie?
And we drove some miles in New Zealand, believe me, a few years ago. We'll talk about that later. Let's talk about the cricket first, and all the things about this series and about the team. There's no Kate Cross. She is injured. That's probably one of the star names from the England perspective there, Ebbs. But let's just run down that England team to start off with. What stands out for you?
Well, look, first of all, the big picture really is England are going to Bangladesh for the World T20 soon, and their spinners are going to come into play. They've gone for the free spinners, which I think is expected. Charlie Dean has been excellent, that off spinner who will just kind of hurry through bowls right at off stump. Sophie Eccleston, number one in the world and just an absolute superstar. And then obviously Glenn, so the leg spinner. So they've got that covered. And then I guess the other areas really to focus on for me is exciting Lauren Filer, the quick. I think there's going to be a little showdown between her and Hannah Rowe with pace and bounces. I think it's the kind of evolution of the new fast bowler in the women's game. I think both of them will show us that. And then in terms of the top order, there have been some wobbles. I'm sure we'll talk to Phil, our statistician, shortly. But England have wobbled a little bit up top and have been sort of shored up by Heather Knight and then the likes of Amy Jones against New Zealand not a few months ago. So I think we're going to want to see that top order start firing ahead of that T20 World Cup.
Seemed to be a little bit of reviewing going on for New Zealand post the England series back in March and April, where England did ever so well, as you know.
You brought that up early. That's nice. I like that.
Early.
Started off. Welcome to the guest, and remember when we thrashed you last time?
However, there's been a lot of soul searching. There's been a lot of looking at personnel. There's been a lot, I understand, of training camps. I've heard them described as grueling.
Yeah, that's always a good start, isn't it? Especially the fitness trainers. They love the chance to be able to get in and have a lot of access to their players. But after that series, they had a month off. They had 4 4 weeks where leave period, that they don't have to be in contact with New Zealand cricket. It's normally 6 weeks, that went down to 4, and then they've basically spent a week at camp, a week at home, a week at camp, a week at home, a week at camp, and then they've come over here, and I think they've had the best part of 10-12 days over here in the UK as well to get ready for this. So yeah, the training has been done. There's a lot of positive chat coming out of the camp as well about how good that has been, but we need to see. I think I've heard this a lot from New Zealand. We're training hard, we're doing all the right things, we've done the soul searching, but at some point you've got to match that up with results.
Kev, I do think it's a mindset shift for New Zealand. They've got so much talent. Like, you look down their lineup, the Maddie Greens, Brooke Hallidays, we know the legends of Devine and Bates, Hannah Rowe. Like, they're the players on the sheet. When you look at them, I'm like, they're quite exciting. But I just sometimes think maybe because of the domestic system and all these, but mentally I feel like they sometimes struggle to close out big moments. But they've got that. So maybe these camps, I don't know if they've roughed them up and got them doing press-ups and pull-ups
like
and all of that. You'd be good at that.
Have you any inkling as to what they've been up to?
There's been a lot of training. So the ability to get up to Mount Maunganui, which is a beautiful spot in the North Island.
I like that.
Yeah.
I could do a training camp up there.
Yeah,
stunning.
Yeah.
So they've got a lovely big marquee there. So it's the ability to train on grass, but an indoor facility, and spending a lot of time working on their skills. And then they've had the chance to get out and do some scenario training, I guess. And then they have just been run into the ground a little bit. The fitness trainers got them. They all look in phenomenal shape and just ready to go. So there's been a lot of work that's gone on. But again, I think you make those gains when you play a lot of cricket. And so when you actually go out into a match, I really liked something that Sophie Devine said in her presser. She said, it's not that you want to play without fear, it's you've got to play with the fear, because there's always going to be those little moments where you feel nervous and there's apprehension, and batters, it's that sense of fear that's what actually helps you look after your wicket. But it's playing and showing off your skills while fear is there, and I really like that, because I think it's so easy to say, let's go out there and play fearless. Well, you've all got fear, you've all got those little insecurities and apprehensions that come with cricket. So actually to say we acknowledge that there's that and we're going to play in the face of it, I like it, and I think that's probably a big shift for New Zealand.
Anya Shrubsole is also part of the team. We'll be saying hello to her in a few moments' time. Former England international, of course, world star. We've got Isabel Westbury, who is giving her a Sunday name to start off with. She'll be a part of the commentary team, one of the co-commentators with my good self. Oh, Philip.
He's in.
Phil Long. You become a statistician now, I pick up.
That was an incredible upgrade, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
What's your official title?
Well, yeah, I'll take statistics.
Is that all right?
If you're going to call me that, I'll go with that, yeah.
All right, I'm happy. I was just worried it had gone to his head, that was all. Anyway, hello.
Hello.
Any gems for us today?
Last 10 ODIs in England, New Zealand versus England. It's England 8, New Zealand 2. Those 2 New Zealand wins have both come at the unofficial home of cricket down in Leicester back in 2018 and 2021. So the last time New Zealand have beaten England in an ODI here in England was at Lord's back in 2010. So there's something they'll want to break.
It's a long time ago.
Frankie?
It's a long time ago.
We can't do anything about it. It's just there.
I'm just copping it, aren't I? I'm gonna get used to that.
I feel bad about it. I feel bad.
That's all right. We'll let the cricket speak for itself, and maybe by the end of the day, I'll be the one giving it out.
Definitely. I hear so much talk. I hear so much talk about mindsets. Everybody just tries to make a different. I mean, you brought it up here now, but I mean, it's all the buzz, isn't it?
I think it is. I think ultimately, so many people have talent. I think we look around the game, the women's game, the amount of players on the field, so many have talent. It's also your mindset. How do you approach it? You look at someone like Nat Siver, who I've had a chance to know since she was about 15, 16. For her whole career, she's had this really relaxed mindset. She handles pressure well, she trains well, she doesn't mind working on new things. And you look at her years later becoming one of the world's best, basically all-rounder, without doubt. And I think a lot of that's to do with her mindset. So I think it's, being able to handle those big moments, handle the pressure, work hard consistently. And also the one thing actually I would say, and we kind of had this chat a minute ago, didn't we, Frankie? Sophie Devine has got that ruthlessness. And I think you need that. And I'm not sure the rest of enough of the New Zealand girls have that ruthless edge. So that's what I mean about mindset. It's just what goes on upstairs.
Let me try and improve the New Zealand mindset then. I feel guilty now.
Go on.
The two teams have met here twice before, in 1996 and in 2002. New Zealand have won both of those
Oh,
games
there we
Love
are.
it.
What, here at this ground?
at this ground.
Why didn't you start off with
I
that?
know, that's
Being
what I thought.
courteous.
I've gone the wrong way.
Frankie sat up.
Love it. I'm ready to go now.
That's interesting.
There we go. So New Zealand defending 100% record.
Something to do with the
here.
altitude.
Yeah, that must be.
Hey, don't you start with all your southern ways coming up here already. Where are we off for the rest of the... I mean, we've got some lovely venues. We've got Worcester on Sunday, after Bristol Wednesday for the ODIs. Then 5 T20 matches at Southampton, Hove, Canterbury, from where I've been just a couple of days ago. You've not been there. You'll enjoy that one.
I'm looking forward to it. Canterbury, it's home as well in New Zealand. I'm a Christchurch girl, which is Canterbury region, so I feel that's got some good feelings to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, you'll love it. You'll love it. And then got the Oval. Oh, we only say anything about
Best
the
ground in the world. Fact.
Unbelievable. And Lords, was that you, Phil, that just brought the entire
No.
building down around
Got
us?
chaos now. Yeah, what is
I'm not allowed to tell you what's on it. There's a bit of Durham signage there. There's also some other signage. Bit of chaos in the old room here. Owain and Doug.
No messing. No messing. It's gone.
Busily working around. My understanding of the ODI matches is that they're not part of the World Test Championship, which is
Interesting, very interesting.
disappointing as well, or not?
Well, in some ways, you don't get much wiggle room in international cricket actually to try out new teams, play things around, maybe give Lauren Filer a go, or maybe make a few changes. So I think actually it allows more. You might want to.
No. So the teams play each other once in the World Test Championship in each round, home or away. The away games in New Zealand were part of the World Test Championship. So these are standalone, 3 ODIs. Maybe time to experiment.
There's more misery, I'm afraid, from that point. That doesn't seem right, does it?
No, that's okay.
You're
I'm okay
but
with
this
it.
idea of experimentation as well, because there is... I mean, and then I was talking about this from an England perspective, talking about experimentation because of Bangladesh coming up in October. I think the first game is October the 3rd. But that, I guess, applies a little bit more to the T20s. But as you say, a chance to have a look. So we're not seeing any signs of experimentation today.
I think they've gone straight in. If Kate Cross was fit, she would have played. But other than that, I think they've gone for their strongest team first up.
Yeah.
And the lineup pretty similar to what we'd expect. But I think in the next couple of games, if England win strong, get to maybe 2 wins, then they'll mostly start to play around.
Is it constantly on the road between now and Bangladesh for New Zealand then? It probably is. Different hemisphere, different summers.
Yeah, a little bit. We have the opportunity, the New Zealand side, to play against Australia in the lead up to that T20 World Cup as well, which I think will be really important. And then basically it's T20 World Cup, it's home summer, and it just all rolls on. So I know that this team's spoken a lot about the next 6 or 8 months are busy, really, really busy, and so it'll be about how you best manage that, and ideally you get on a roll, you get on a winning roll, and you take that all the way through. So I think whilst these matches aren't played for IWC Championship points today, I think it's a great place to get started and to be able to build some of that momentum that hopefully once you get it, you just hold on to it.
Okay, Susie Bates and Sophie Devine, is there talk about how much longer for one or both they will carry on? Or?
Yeah, I think there's always those discussions when you get the wrong side of 30. I think there's always that chat of how long they go on to. I know they're both still super motivated to be playing. Sophie Devine's super passionate about this team and the direction they're going in. And I don't think I've ever met someone who loves cricket as much as Susie Bates. Probably the person who gets closest is Millie Kerr, but yeah, she just loves the game, loves the training. So they'll be there for a wee while yet. And there's a couple of big world events coming up, so I'm sure they'll want to feature in those.
Lovely to meet you. We'll talk later. Have you brought your playlist along?
Well, I'm liking this.
What on earth's going on?
I was shoulders started pumping.
And your shrub soul's into it as well. Oh, I tell you what, I think I'm going to just have to sit quietly in a darkened corner at the back of the room for most of the day. But Anya is about to come in. Just a little word then. As we see, I love the colour of the kit. They're lovely bright blue here. But just as the two go out there today, just to reiterate from a New Zealand point of view, this is the starting again a little bit then, yeah? Getting things going, and then we'll be joined by our commentary team just to get things underway, and your Shrub Soul will be joining Isabel Westbury. Frankie?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. It's the start of a big patch of cricket coming up for them. There was also the unexpected retirement of Bernadine Bezaden, who we normally see at the top of the order for New Zealand, so it is a chance for a new opening combination. Georgia Climmer out in the middle with Susie Bates, but that's almost a little bit of a fresh start, and I'd expect her to do it in the T20 position as well. So an interesting way to get the get the tour started. But yeah, it's a big start for New Zealand, and hopefully it's a good one as well.
Thank you very much, former New Zealand international Frankie Mackay, and I am Isabel Westbury as we are about to get this match underway. And to my right I have former international bowler extraordinaire, winner of many, many accolades, but we'll go into that much detail later, Anya Shrubsole here as well. So we've got Lauren Bell at the top of her mark, and she's going to take things off from the Finkel end. Spelt differently, but it's pronounced Finkel, I'm told. At least I have good authority. 1 o'clock on the dot as we start this series between England women and New Zealand women, the first of 3 ODIs. Lauren Bell is running away from us, right arm over, and she'll be bowling to Susie Bates first up, and it's full, and it's driven nicely into the onside. I think we might have a 4 straight away. Yes, indeed. Mid-wicket couldn't get to it, mid-on, too wide, and that's 4 runs then to Susie Bates, and well, New Zealand are off to a flyer, Anya.
Yeah, it doesn't get, well, I guess it could be better. She could have hit it for 6, but that will give Susie Bates a lot of confidence. Little bit over pitch from Lauren Bell, and Susie Bates does not miss out, and this outfield looks pretty quick.
Yeah, looking at that lineup for New Zealand, you've got the Bates, Devine, Amelia Kerr, all those big names that we're used to. As Bell again running away from us, and this one's just outside off, and this one's left alone this time. A little bit of it died a little bit as it came through, and Susie Bates just getting a measure of this pitch. Phil, we have some information.
Yeah, Susie Bates, one of the world greats, as we've been mentioning in the warm-up. Averages 41.1 in ODIs. Against England, it goes down to 25.08, and in England against England, 21.9.
Well, I imagine she'll be wanting to do something about that. Here comes Bell again after that dot ball. And Bates, this one's wide outside off stump, but this one's driven almost exact opposite to that 4 in their first in that first delivery, and she's got 4 more through the covers this time. It really was almost, if you could draw a V, it would bisect the pitch exactly the same place. So another 4 then to New Zealand through the covers this time, and Lauren Bell just trying to get not so much her length, actually, yes, a little bit over pitched, but also her line right. So 4 runs to the total. New Zealand 8 for no wicket.
Yeah, slightly inauspicious start here from Lauren Bell. A little bit too straight and over pitch. That one a bit too full and wide.
What can Bell do here then? 4th ball of the over, and this one is nicely onto the stumps and defended watchfully by Bates into the offside. And I think that's the spot she'll be looking for.
Yeah, definitely. You always want to get that ball nice and full early on, see if there's any swing. So far, very little evidence of that. It's a beautiful day here. It doesn't feel like a swinging day, so you've got to drag that length back a little bit if the ball's not moving, and that was perfect from Lauren Bell.
Bell, top of her mark. It's a nice little breeze here. It's warm, but it's pleasant, at least at the moment. Bell away from us, and this one's back of a length, and Bates onto her back foot, just driving it only so far as mid-off, and there is no run. I must say it's quite weird thinking that, I mean, my whole commentary career has been with you at the top of that mark with the new ball bearing down on some poor unfortunate soul or other. So yes, we're speaking to the expert here, certainly. How did you get into a rhythm straight up? That's what I always think. I mean, I always, when I played, I always thought, gosh, I've got at least 2 or 3 balls. I've got to work out what to do with them. But not so in international cricket. As Bell about to finish off her over, and this one's down the leg side and helped along its way. There's a fine leg out there, so it'll be just the single, but it means that Bates retains the strike, and she moves to 9, as does New Zealand. First over gone, 9 without loss.
With great difficulty sometimes. What you've got to do is you've got to assess really quickly whether the ball's swinging. If it is, that probably means you can bowl a bit fuller. If it's not, you've got to drag your length back. Everyone has different cues, so mine, sometimes I ran in a bit too slowly at the start, being a little bit overcautious, so it might be that. It might be actually at the top of my mark, the first ball, I just think, right, okay, run in hard and kind of hope for the best. I've made that sound very simplistic, but that kind of is a little bit what it is.
Well, I mean, I find it extraordinary to think that Anya Shrubsole, having watched you play and seen the dividends and the rewards from your bowling, hoping for the best is the least of what you did, certainly. There was a lot going on before then, but it's kind of satisfying to know that you're also mortal. Lauren Filer is going to take things up from the Lumley end, and she's coming down right arm over the wicket, and this one's pulled away by Susie Bates, and that will be 4, I think it will. Yeah, it's beaten the woman at fine leg. She was too fine In fact, well, I mean, she wasn't too fine. It was just a poorly pitched ball, and Susie Bates made the most of it, and she moves to 13, as does New Zealand, without any wickets down.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start for Susie Bates. She's found the middle of her bat from ball one, which she'll be really pleased about. Lauren Filer with the opposite problem to Lauren Bell, touch short. And it looks like there's not a huge amount of margin for error here on this pitch.
No, a good decision to bat first. New Zealand having won the toss as Filer is in, and this one's up in the air. It's back of a length, but it's going to land safe beyond Maya Boucher's running backwards from mid-wicket. She was inside the ring, so I'll come back for a couple. And Bates there just admonishing herself there. She thought she could get hold of that more so and perhaps slow down in the pitch, but certainly that length not quite right there from Filer. And Bates, as we said, in good touch.
Looked like she was almost trying to be too precise with that shot. She'd have been better off just playing a full-blooded pull.
Filer in towards us, and this one's a better length and defended watchfully. And Bates just holds her pose for a minute, broad grin on the face of Filer. 15 without loss into the second over.
Lauren Filer's a really exciting bowler. She's got some pace about her. She's very raw. I think at the moment that consistency isn't quite there, but she's someone you've just got to stick with and accept that there's going to be some bad balls, but there'll be some brilliant ones as well.
One slip in place, familiar figure of Heather Knight, and this one's straightening up and just turned round the corner down to fine leg. Woman down there, as we said, and it's just the single then, and it means that for the first time I think we're going to see Georgie Plimmer on strike.
Yeah, Lauren Filer's already up kind of in the low 70s, and just that extra bit of pace that she offers is exciting. I think it's still not particularly common in the women's game. I think it's one of the areas that potentially over the next few years we'll really see take off, and it's really good to see her getting a good run out here.
Filer in again, penultimate ball of this over, and pushing Plimmer back into her crease, and only so far as mid-wicket. That was a good delivery. And poor old Plimmer, you think that Bates has seen sort of looseners, so to speak, from both ends. Now they've got their eye, and Plimmer's having to face up.
Yeah, exactly. That was a much tougher ball than the leg stump half volley that Susie Bates got, welcoming her to the crease.
Oh well, there we go. 'Twas ever thus. Here comes Plimmer. Plimmer on strike. Filer coming down towards us. Bit of breeze, and this one's turned into the onside. And again, it's quite square with a fine leg onto the back foot, but it hasn't got enough legs on it to go down to the boundary. So just the single then. It means that after 2 overs, New Zealand are settling in rather nicely. 17 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think England will be disappointed with this start. They've coughed up a few easy boundary balls, which is, goes without saying, what you want to avoid. Doesn't seem to be a huge amount of margin for error on this pitch if you overpitch, if you're a bit short. And due to this beautiful British sunshine we have at the minute, the outfield is running away pretty quick.
Yes, I heard. I listened into the captain's press conference yesterday, and there was sort of, we were comparing Durham to Dakar, and spinning pitches in preparation for the T20 World Cup out there. And I gosh, that's the first time that I've heard that comparison.
Not sure it's that warm.
It's pleasant. It's pleasant. As Lauren Bell is top of her mark and just settling her field. We've got one slip in, and then the other. We've got the boundary riders. There's one down at fine leg, and that's all that I can. Oh, and one down at third as well. As Bell is in, and nice tall action defended into the offside. Only so far as that ring field round cover. You've got point cover / extra cover there is just one fielder, and then the mid off as well. And a reasonably packed onside, mid wicket, square leg just in front of the umpire. Fine leg as well, and you got that one slip in place. Heather Knight, an erstwhile position for the skipper. That's Bell, big blonde ponytail emanating away, running away from us once again. And this is down the leg side. I think that might be called a wide, and yes, indeed it is. Anna Harris, the umpire at this end. Nice pink outfit. I must say that's one of the things that will be quite an adjustment, and I guess has been over the course of the winter since your retirement, since that of Catherine Siver-Brunt, is one of not only you got the sort of the skill, the experience, etc., but it was the difference in your two bowling styles that I think it was quite a handful for any batter anywhere in the world. As Bell away from us, and this is nicely played into the offside. Good length delivery there from the England bowler, no run. For listeners that have not seen Anya Shrubsole bowl, it was the hooping in swing that really contrasts that with kind of the power and the hit the deck hard that you had from Catherine Sciver-Brunt. Whereas I think with Bell and Filer, I mean, they're both tall but very similar in the way in which they deliver. There's Bell again, running away in the sunshine. Plymmer on strike and a big flash at that, and that one stayed awfully low. Good pick up there from Amy Jones behind the stump. No run.
Yeah, it was definitely a huge part of, I guess, of what we were able to do. And Catherine swinging it away, me swinging it in. One of us a bit taller, Catherine a bit skiddier, kind of hit the bat hard. And I guess ordinarily you'd probably have Lauren Bell and Kate Cross, who are a bit different. But for England, it's about just getting some more experience into these players. Less so Kate Cross.
Absolutely. As Bell again, right arm over the wicket, and this one's down the leg side, and I think that'll be called wide again. A good tumbling dive to her left by Amy Jones, and indeed another one to the total. There's Plymmer there on 1 from 5, Bates 16 from 10, and Phil.
One of the things we've talked about in this series, experimentation and the way England will look. They'll be concerned about the amount of extras they've conceded. They conceded 31 in wides in the victory over Pakistan at Derby. 2 already in this game.
And we're not even 3 overs in. Right, so something to keep an eye out for, as this one's nicely carved into the offside. That'll be 4. That's a cracking shot there from Plymmer. Gets into her stride, just back of a length, outside off. And there's a big gap between point and extra cover. And gosh, she got a hold of that one, didn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. Like we've touched upon before, some width on offer from Bell, and that just looks really easy. I think we'll see that throughout today. Any width, I reckon the batters will pounce on it. Not a lot of swing on offer here for Lauren Bell, and just not quite adjusting her line, her kind of where she's starting the ball in order to be able to hit the stumps. And good looking shot from Plymmer.
Yeah, gunshot whip of the bat. 23 without losses. Bell in again, and this one's down the leg side. I think that might be called a wide again. There's an appeal for caught behind. I don't think, from here it doesn't look as though it brushed anything, to be honest. Maybe a bit of a thigh pad. Wide has not been called, and they're considering going up for a review, and indeed Knight has gone up for the review. So it sounds as though it got hold of something. Indeed, there was no wide called, so we can wait to see if that happens later on. But from up here, I'm thinking thigh pad, something, shirt. They think they've got a bat on it.
I thought it was a wide, so it shows what I can clearly need to go to the opticians and get my contact lens prescription checked, because we're quite far away. Let's give us that.
Well, it might still be called a wide if we look at the replay and have a look at where the ball went. So it did actually jag back a little bit, but it looks to me as though it may have been a thigh pad. Amy Jones behind the stumps. She's up and looking at ultra edge now as that camera rocks back and forth, and it does look as though the spike comes when it hits, I think, top of the front foot pad, and I think that's going to be not out. And indeed, I'd say actually Lauren Bell's a bit lucky there, not for it to have been a wide, having caught some of the clothing instead. So yes, decision reviewed, and that's a lost decision there from England. And Heaven Knight a little bit reluctant about calling that. So again, it's one of those where it's maybe the keeper getting a little bit too excited.
Yeah, it's early to have burnt a review, isn't it?
Ouch, I think, as a response to that. 23 without loss. Bell away from us. And this is full and driven nicely again. A little bit streakily from Plymmer, but it's evaded Danny Wyatt at points, and that'll be another 4. And yes, we're seeing more and more why that toss won by New Zealand decided that they wanted to go have a bat, because they're 27 without loss, 3 overs gone, and Anya Shrubsole in this position. Of course, you would never be struck so many runs off your bowling at this stage, but what would you do at this stage?
You never know. I think, like I said, that you've got to assess pretty quickly. There isn't a lot of swing on offer, so you've got to think about dragging that length back a little bit. It seems pretty easy to get on the front foot and drive. So it's about kind of not allowing that to happen. You've got to find a way to hit the top of the stumps consistently, adjust that kind of starting line if it isn't swinging, and just try and string a few dots together.
That's the task on hand then for Lauren Filer, as Susie Bates is back on strike, and this one's just pushing her into the crease as she turns it into the onside. Square leg gets to it in time, and there is no run. And I guess for England, in a way, they will have factored this into their game plan. We've got 3 spin bowlers that have been, concertedly picked: Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccles, and Sarah Glenn, expecting that pitch to turn as the match wears on. We know that Kate Cross was ruled out already a day or 2 ago after picking up a little bit of a side strain in an England A match. So these are 2 young fast bowlers opening up as Filer Inch bowls up. Chopped on there, Susie Bates. That's a big one for England. And Filer there, after just having a little bit of time to find her radar, she's got Susie Bates. She's bowled up. And New Zealand find themselves 27 for 1.
That's really well bowled by Lauren Filer. Like a real misjudgment from Susie Bates. You kind of expect that ball a bit kind of back of a length, and she just looked she was stuck on the back foot to a ball that just really hit the pitch and skidded on. A little bit of nip back and middle and off. So pretty poor shot in the end by Susie Bates, but England will be thrilled about that. She was looking good.
Actually, having seen that replay, I don't think she even chopped on. I think it was just one of those that nipped off back of the seam. And we've seen a couple of those deliveries where the pitch hasn't quite risen as much as the batters were expecting to. And after a pretty rapid start then from the former New Zealand captain, Susie Bates, that wealth of experience as well, explosive firepower, that's a really good wicket to have this early on in the game, knowing that you've still got all that those spin options to come, that the spin bowlers might be a little bit expensive, but actually having got a wicket, it starts to think, well, actually we don't care, we've got that big wicket. And I think New Zealand is still at that stage where they're relying on those big name players. And talking of big name players, Amelia Kerr walks to the crease. That'll be another big one.
Yeah, absolutely. She is a class act, and her batting has just come on and on and on in the last few years into a genuine number 3. So it's a really big period of play. You've got Amelia Kerr now, you've got Sophie Devine next. You kind of look at this New Zealand team and you think Bates, Kerr, Devine, they are the big 3. So hopefully that's a sign of Lauren Filer kind of really getting into her stride now, and hopefully put Kerr under some pressure early.
Kerr then takes her guard. One slip in as Filer bears down upon her, and this one's down the leg side, called a wide then as Filer just grabs her head back to the heavens. And I don't know, not a wasted delivery, but again, you want to put pressure on that new batter straight away. Maybe a bit of an effort ball there. So we look at that replay, and it really was a beautiful, just a little off-cutter really from Filer to get out one of the best batters in the world, most experienced certainly. It's a big wicket for the young seamer. Here she comes again. Kerr on strike, and this one's turned into the onside. She'll get her first runs for that as it's down to fine leg, just ambles through for a single, and it means that New Zealand total is now 29 for 1.
Yeah, and just watching a replay of that wicket, I think that's the length that England have got to hit. Like you mentioned, a couple almost kind of skid through, hit a hard length and kind of skid through, and it just did Susie Bates for a bit of length and a bit of pace, to be honest with you. So that's the length to hit for England.
Plimmer back on strike and pushed into her crease and playing watchfully back at the bowler, Lauren Filer this time, and so she might, having seen the destruction at the other end. Yeah, it was just a bog standard good delivery.
Absolutely. Find a length that hits, line a length that hits the stumps. It's a simple game, cricket, really.
You know, all these innovations and new formats and this and that, but well, I think Anya Stropsall knows more than anybody. Good deliveries are good deliveries, and this one's slightly onto the leg side from Filer, just nipping back off the seam and turned away off the hips by Plimmer out to fine leg. Another single then as they just start to rebuild there and keep that scoreboard ticking over. One ball left of the 4th over, 30 for 1 then New Zealand. That big wicket of Susie Bates falling earlier in the over at a glorious Chesterler Street up north. I say that with a hint of surprise. I shouldn't say it with a hint of surprise. It's always glorious up here, of course. Final ball then of this over, and this one's banged into the turf, short of a length. And an attempted, I think she pulled away there, perhaps Plimmer from the pull shot and decides to leave it alone. But a good final delivery there from Filer, and it means that her figures at the moment, 2 overs gone, 1 for 11, New Zealand 30 for 1.
Been an all-action start here, hasn't it? I think if it keeps on in this vein, we're in for a very entertaining day. I think Lauren Filer's kind of shown the way for Lauren Bell here. She's just got to find a way to adjust her line, adjust her length. She's not getting that in-swing that we traditionally see from Lauren Bell. So I kind of look at as a flag above the pavilion to my left that's kind of going from right to left as we watch it, so not necessarily helping Lauren Bell's inswing. So can she find the right line and length here?
Bell to continue from the Finkel end. Tall seamer, right arm over, and this one's full and into the onside. That'll be 4. That was just again probably erring past the leg stump, and Plymouth there just turning it away in front of square leg and mid wicket, both positioned inside the ring. And again, it's just what Anya was talking about there, not quite finding that line more than anything else, and that's an easy one to make runs from.
Yeah, she's at the moment being hit both sides of the ground, which isn't particularly helpful. A couple of leg side boundaries, a couple of offside boundaries. Just really hasn't settled here.
New Zealand 34 for 1 into the 5th over. Plymouth there 14 from 11 as she waits, and this one down the leg side and taken nicely by Amy Jones, tumbling to her left. But once again, that line is errant from Bell as it's called a wide. Another one then to the total, and that's all. Gosh, I'm seeing 4 fingers held up by Phil there. That's 4 wides, 4 extras already, and we're keeping an eye on those extras because England have been guilty of letting far too many go in series of recent. That's what you get when you get youngsters in, eh?
Got bowl an extra ball, and the length of Lauren Bell's run up here, you wouldn't want to be doing that.
That is true, as she begins that long run up away from us, and that's a better looking delivery, but goodness me, that's a better shot to match it, as Plymouth's going to get a 4 for that, as it's through extra cover. I say through extra cover, they were diving to their right, didn't really get a chance to get anywhere near it, and well, it almost feels like the moment that you do get a good delivery, maybe a little bit over pitched there from Bell, Plymouth is certainly the equal, if not better, to it, and that's a glorious stroke, possibly stroke of the day, and another 4 to the total. Unfortunately, New Zealand, she moves to 18, I believe, as the scoreboard has just run away from me, but 39 for 1 New Zealand. Ouch.
Yeah, 2 full again from Lauren Bell, and that seems to be on this pitch. If you're 2 full, it looks lovely to drive.
Bell in, and this one's back of a length, pushing Plymouth into her crease. She's 18 from 12, watches the ball beneath her, and there is no run. Must be a bit of rivalry as well between Bell and Filer, knowing that you got crossed there with that kind of holding seamer role, and especially going out thinking ahead to what England have before them, that T20 World Cup in Bangladesh, where obviously it's going to be a bit like this, very spinner heavy. So yes, it's an interesting tussle, which is always good. Welcome competition.
Absolutely, and I think that's I always think that competition is really healthy because it pushes you to know that you have to perform, know that you have to improve, because if you don't, someone's gonna be there to nick your spot.
Bell, after a little conversation with Eccleston, is into Plymouth. Just played that into the onside, and there's a soaring, diving fielder coming in there from square leg. I think that might be Alice Capsty, who thought she might have a shy at the striker's end. There's only one stump for aim for. It's Beaumont, in fact, who was flying through the air underarm. And I don't know how close she was there, but yes, actually, the New Zealand batter was well out of her crease looking at that. It's a tricky attempt. But Beaumont, gosh, yeah, she got some airtime there.
she did. It was a very athletic piece of fielding from Tammy and a direct hit, and I think Amelia Kerr might have been in a bit of trouble.
I've not seen Beaumont's hair that long. It's really protruding from behind her cap. She stands there with her white sun cream across both cheeks, big sunglasses on. Very athletic figure down at square leg. Danny Wyatt, the opposite side of her at point. Veterans of the England team these days is Bell away from us. And this one's past the outside edge. That's a good delivery there from Bell. And I think Kerr certainly acknowledges it.
Yeah, that's more like it. That's the length that kind of hit the pitch and looked like it maybe just held its line. Yeah, brilliant delivery from Lauren Bell, and that's much more like it.
Nice follow through. That's the kind of cricket that she's been looking for, trying to get that radar right. Line's length, as Anya says, it's a simple game when you think about it. I used to think that, and then I had to actually execute, and it wasn't so simple. Bell in, and this one's a slower delivery, and well picked up in the end by Kerr, watchfully playing it to mid-off. And there is no run. So, end of the 5th over, New Zealand find themselves 40 for 1. Amelia Kerr there on 1, Plymouth on 18. A few words from Anya Strobsol, and I'm going to hand over to Kevin Howells.
Been a little bit of a story of two ends. for England and for New Zealand. Lauren Bell has really struggled. 4 wides already, kind of getting hit both sides of the pitch. Lauren Filer, much better, has picked up that big wicket of Susie Bates with a ball that nipped back, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a change of bowling potentially at this end. Nat Siver potentially, if she's back at the bowling crease, which we think she is, or possibly one of those 3 spinners.
I don't think we've met. My name's Kevin.
Anya, lovely to meet you.
Good to see you as well. I have seen you before, you know. I think I've commentated the pub matches you've been involved in. I've certainly been watching them and listening to them down the years, but nice to be with you on a glorious day here in the northeast of England, and that one is just pushed back by Plymouth for no runs. So we're just about 26 minutes in. And are you one of these been banging on about the dimensions, the size of the ground, or are you quite happy with it?
Well, me and Phil aren't happy about the angles.
Oh yeah, well that's a different subject.
We'd like it to be an oval.
But it's not an oval. He's used the word angular. It's too angular from his plan. You're joining him with that. You think it's too angular?
Absolutely.
60 yards. This one is probably into the offside by Plymouth again for no run, so she remains on 18, 40 for 1. Apparently this is the minimum ICC dimensions for that are permitted for an international like this. I've gone to the old internet just to confirm for those that don't deal in yards that it's 54.864 metres. And it's pretty tiny, isn't it? It's pretty tiny. Plymouth on 18, and almost gets through there, but not quite, squeezed away. Filer's bowling into the onside.
Surprises me. It doesn't look that small. It looks small in places. Straight down the ground looks like a pretty small hit, but square looks reasonable. My eyes have already let me down once today, so it's probably best we don't trust anything I say from this point onwards.
Well, that's the good stuff.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. So here we go. Filer in bowls and worked away again defensively into short mid-wicket, but 40 for 1 in the 6th over, and it's glorious to be underway in these sort of conditions for what hopefully is going to be an exciting, and from a neutral, whatever point of view, a good, close and competitive series between these two teams. For the crowds that'll be turning out up and down the country, it moves off down south eventually, of course, as Filer comes in and bowls, and again can't find the gap here. So Filer, she's been very economical and continuing to bowl nice and tight here.
Yeah, she's settled upon a really good line, a really good length, just rushing the batters ever so slightly, and she seems to have found that perfect length to bowl here.
Bowling from the far end, the Lumley end, Lumley Castle away to our right hand side, but it's this ground, if you've never been to this ground, it is one of my favourites for the fact that we're just surrounded by trees as well. It just looks absolutely glorious, it really does. And Filer is in and back, an inside edge onto the pads. Maybe it was, but either way, that's a terrific over there from Lauren Filer. Terrific stuff. And the score remains at 40 for 1 after that. Well, having lost a wicket already, and that's with a maiden there, starting to think about a little bit of pressure in the building. But Bates, the wickets were fallen for 16 off 12 balls, and now Plymouth and Kerr going to try and build a little more for New Zealand.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, a tale of two ends. Lauren Filer, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 11. From this end, Lauren Bell, 3 overs for 28.
And we're going to see Nat Siver Brunt. All-round skills from Nat again, which is good.
Yeah, she's crucial to balancing this England team. We saw in the Pakistan series when she couldn't bowl it, kind of relying on 5 bowlers a bit more, but she gives you that 6th option.
So short run up, and she's bowling from the Finkel end, this high commentary box end, very nearly gets an edge, just pushing forward to that. That was so tentative from Kerr.
Yeah, she just found Siver Brunt straight in, finds that length, make the batter play, and I think she'll be crucial here if working in tandem with Lauren Filer, if they can just build up a bit more pressure.
Siver Brunt turns again. So say it's just the short run up and passes the umpire, Anna Harris. Bat on it this time. There will be a run guided along the ground to 3rd. So the score for New Zealand will move to 41 for 1. mean, the thing that always strikes me, I mean, it's not the number one thing that strikes me about Nat, but it is one of those things that even with the bowling and even with this nice gentle approach and all, she just makes the highest skills that she has just seem so easy. As Nat Sciver-Brunt is in again and playing that was a really good delivery, just a little bit of movement away, reaching for it and almost getting the edge. And when I say that, I always, I know there's an awful lot of work now, many years been put into it, but she's just got that look about her, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's a really kind of calming presence, always looks completely unflustered, completely unflappable, and I think that contributes to what you've just talked about.
Plymouth on 18. Loops, little fortunate to say the least again, into a sort of vacant area there on the lakeside. Maybe certainly mistimed it in that leading edge, maybe offering a bit of variation already, but as you say, she's straight into it, causing problems, real problems. Just bringing out of a helmet here, yeah, because Amy Jones is going to stand up to Nat Sciver-Brunt here. They were just trying to come out of the crease there, Plymouth. So immediately, and what I love about that, Anya, is the instant reaction, the instant change, pressure.
Yeah, and Amy Jones is so good up to the stumps. It's such a great weapon for England to have.
Next ball bowled. Actually, it's driven away. It's a lovely looking shot actually through mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way for 4. After all that. That happens, and they're entitled to, because that looked a lovely shot for me, leaning into it away there on the onside of the boundary for New Zealand. They moved to 45 for 1, and Plymouth up to 22, which is only from 23 deliveries. That's tidy enough there.
Yeah, Plymouth looked brilliant off the front foot in particular. Few brilliant drives through the offside, and now Nat Sciver-Brunt straying a little bit straight and tucked away beautifully on the leg side. So she's made use of the scoring opportunities that England have offered up so far.
They won the toss. They're 45 for 1, New Zealand. 1 ball left of the 7th over, going back and defended that time. A straighter delivery, but presumably also Plymouth thinking, well, I've just hit the boundary beautifully. Kerr on 2, Plymouth 22, and New Zealand 45 for 1 after 7 overs. So New Zealand won the toss. Joe's to bat first here at the start of this international series over the next few weeks, starting off with the ODIs and then moving into the T20s, and there is plenty of interest and plenty of importance upon both sets of this series, if you like, but the T20, when you bear in mind Bangladesh coming up at the start of October the 3rd, both teams no doubt will be taking a good long hard look at their selections and just trying out 1 or 2 things possibly here. But Bates was out for 16, New Zealand 45 for 1, and Anya Shrubsole takes a little bit of a break, and Frankie Mackay, New Zealand international, comes in and joins us back into the pads there from Filer. Bowling to Kerr. Your overall thoughts and assessments so far, Frankie? Welcome back.
I think that New Zealand would be very happy with the start. I think they've put away some poor bowling at times. It's looked reasonably comfortable out in the middle. I think any time the ball's been pitched up, they've looked to jump all over it. Have lost that 1 wicket early, but I think the position they're in at the moment, I think they'd be feeling pretty happy with it.
Filer bowls again, forcing back this time. Kerr. Filer's been the best of the bowlers. She's been bowling extremely well. The figures will back that up.
Yeah, she has looked a real handful, to be fair. I think any time you watch Lauren Filer bowl, there's just something about her. She's just got that little bit of X factor, a little bit of something extra, and it comes with pace and there's bounce. But I've talked a little bit about how at times that radar isn't always necessarily the most accurate, but she looks buttoned on today.
Next ball, that's been pulled away, but straight to the fielder at backward point, Sophie Eccleston. She picked it up nicely, but found the fielder a yard either side, and that had been picked up so well that would have gone all the way out to that. Oh, there is a fielder further in the deep, all the way towards that boundary.
Yeah, that's one of those ones that you almost wonder as better how you've managed to do it. You look up and see acres of space either side of that player up inside the circle, and you think, how have I managed to hit it straight to them?
Filer to Kerr on 2. Doesn't necessarily time that well, and a good stop off her own bowling, throwing herself to the ground to the right.
Athletic, very athletic off her own bowling. It's always tough for big fast bowler. It was hit reasonably firmly back by Amelia Kerr, and and we talked about the position of the game and how New Zealand would be reasonably happy with the start. I think England would have been slightly disappointed with the looseness of the bowling early, but since Melly Kerr has come to the crease, hasn't been able to get away. They really have tightened up.
And gets bat on that. Beats Filer this time, although it stopped just on the edge of the circle for a single. And again, just pretty decent energy from England in the field, throwing themselves out there. It's according to my dreaded app, it's showing up at 21 degrees at the moment. But believe me, for us that feels like a scorcher, absolute scorcher. But it is warmer in other parts of the country. We've got a gentle breeze blowing.
You built that up, Kev, there.
Yeah. Well, I've got to have a point.
It's 21 degrees.
It's 21 degrees, everybody. But I'm not too sure about the New Zealand captain having a bit of a pop about the weather at the toss. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's brave. She's a Wellingtonian as well, and anyone that's been to New Zealand.
Plymouth on 22, and that's past the off stump. Nice lift and carry through to the keeper. That completes that over. 8 overs gone, 46 for 1. Kerr on 3, Plymouth on 22. She used the words for a change. Nice English up, for a change.
Look, I just think that is really brave from her. She needs to be a little bit careful with that because, as I was saying, the Wellingtonians, that is the windiest place in New Zealand.
Oh, yeah.
It is one of the colder places as well, and I can count on one hand the amount of nice days I've had playing cricket at the Basin Reserve. So I think that is brave for her to come out and be criticising anyone else's weather. I think she...
But weather aside, I think it's there, along with Hamilton. It's been one of my favourite grounds in the world, the Basin. I think it's just terrific. But anyway, enough of that. Back to this. Kerr on 3. Can't get it past the fielder, just fielding there on the leg side. Nice piece of quick work by Bouchier. One of the first things I said to her, why is it that people always think I'm a bit strange by saying I like Hamilton? But it's changing as Hamilton anyway. I know, for the better or the worse, I don't know. But I just love the place. Kerr on 3 and played onto the onside again. Bouchier doing the fielding. Just because, overthrows, and they'll go through for 1. Oh dear. I took my eye off that, and I think everybody did, but not the New Zealand batters, thankfully, because that went flying past, and they were alert to go through for a single.
It was a good piece of fielding initially, got the one-handed pick-up going to the right, and then just looked to absolutely fire it into Amy Jones, and she's fired it down to third for a single.
22, Siva Brunt bowling. Worked away on the leg side for 1. Siva Brunt started off really well first couple of balls, and just... for one reason or another, some singles being conceded here at the moment. Just because Hamilton just seemingly, when I was always there, shut up at 6 o'clock at night and everybody went home somewhere. The sort of place I really liked, wandering down that lonesome main street all on my own. Felt like I was in the middle of a western.
Yeah, the quiet life of Hamilton.
Oh, I love it.
It's a special spot.
It is. Siva Brunt bowls and played away onto the onside, and there'll be no run. I'm tempted to say, but I need to make sure I can get out of the place before I say this. Comparisons with Chestler Street in some way. Chestler Street, away to our left-hand side.
I can see that a little. Yeah, Hamilton does like to call itself as well the city of the future.
Quite right.
Self-proclaimed, I think, that one, but...
Kerr on 4, and punched into the offside for possibly 2. They'll push hard for a comeback for 2, and they're going to get 2 as well. Good running from the pair. Took a little while for that ball to be fielded out there in the offside, but it does bring up the 50 for New Zealand. 50 for 1 with 1 ball left of the 9th over. Kerr on 6 and Plymouth on 23. But the ground itself as well, I like the ground. It's got a good atmosphere. I always think, I love the old grassy banks, you see. Bit of a sucker for the grassy banks. Defended this time by Kerr to finish off that over. 9 overs gone. 50 for 1, Plymouth 23 and Kerr on 6. So, yep, we're underway with New Zealand deciding, with everything as it is, this unseasonably good weather, and for the fact that the ground staff here, they've been able to do something they've not been able to do all summer, basically, which is let that pitch breathe and bake just a little in the days leading up I mean, that's been one of the problems. Is it's all very well, we'll come along and you get your game underway on time, but it's actually a pitch needs preparation in the days leading up.
Yep.
And I'm sure Vic, who's the head grounds keeper here, will be delighted to have been able to prepare this one. Plymouth on 23, and this is Filer continuing, and more runs continue to be found here. I think that's going to get to the boundary. I'm not too sure it should have done. There were 3 fielders trying to chase that down, and the ball just annoyingly just keeping that yard ahead of them as all 3 of them went for it, but it gets the sponge. And it's 9 fours in this innings already, 54 for 1 in the 10th over.
Georgia, Plymouth's 12th innings in women's ODIs. That's now her highest score.
Yeah, she's played really well today. She's looked well balanced at the crease, hasn't looked to be hitting the ball too hard, hasn't lost her shape at all, has just timed the ball exceptionally well, and that's what is on display here. Really, that's just bat on ball, finding the gap, using the big square here as well, and allowing the ball to just race across it.
The night going down at slip still for Filer, coming into bowl to Plymouth on 27. Bat on that one, but straight to the fielder in the offside, and therefore there will be no run.
She'll be thrilled as well with the ability to score freely through the leg side. Georgia Plymouth is someone who predominantly looks to score through and over the offside, and has had her little struggles with the straighter deliveries, so whenever you see her able to score at leg side through will and pick up those boundaries, it actually means she's in really good form.
Tall figure pounding in, and looking for a gap again, but can't find one on the offside. And therefore no run to be added to this New Zealand score. First of 3 ODIs to be played over the next few days, off down to Worcester for Sunday, and then it's next Wednesday in Bristol. Filer once again, midway through this over, comes in past the umpire White, and that's misfielded there. Whether or not we can give any as it goes towards the boundary, is it going to get there? No, it's pulled back. Good work in the end, chasing that one down. But initially, I'm not whether it was just one of the ends of the square there, just bounced just in front of the fielder as a backward point, but having gone past them, I thought that was going to head towards the boundary. It was just pulled back in just in time. Next ball pushed up just out of the reach of Filer. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. She dives to a left hand side to get hold of that. That was Charlie Dean who pulled that one back in before. Been involved quite a lot in the action on that offside, but chased it down well and retrieved it. 56 for 1 ball left of the 10th over, and again Filer in bowls. Very nearly gets a little edge on that. That was loose for Plymouth, but she's okay, gets away with it. Bit of fortune maybe, but 29. She's played a good innings. Kerr on 6, and New Zealand 56 for 1. 10 overs gone, so the first 10 the innings are underway. And are you going to be Isabel or Izzy today? I lose track. Isabel Westbury will be joining you in a second, Frankie, but your thoughts after 10 overs, and then it'll be Isabel.
I don't think either team will be too unhappy after the first 10. I think New Zealand probably find themselves in a slight position of strength. They've been able to score reasonably comfortably. They've looked solid in defence as well, and just the 1 wicket to fall. And England, they'll be a little bit frustrated. I think they'll be disappointed with how they started with the ball in hand. They were a little bit loose, a couple of extras in there, but since the wicket of Susie Bates, they've really been able to pull it back and have been able to keep tabs to a certain extent on this run rate. So you feel as though you get through 10 overs, it's that little bit of a feeling out phase, and it's pretty even Stevens.
Siva Brunt running away from us, and this one's driven down the ground, and they're going to go for a quick single. It's a shy at the striker's end, and it should be out. I think that'll be out. Taken by Amy Jones, the keeper, just in front of the stumps, helped onto it, and indeed the umpire was going up. That was a risky one played into the onside, Frankie.
That's a horror piece of running, and unfortunately it's I think that's actually hit Georgia Plummer
Yep.
at the non-striker's end. I think it has
that's
rebounded
what happened.
off her and ended up going to the mid-wicket fielder, who's then just had to pick it up, easily collect it and fire it into Amy Jones. Feel that a push down the ground from Millie Kerr. She was hoping to pinch one to mid-on, but it's come off, I think, the foot or the pad of Georgia Plummer at the non-striker's end. And instead of sending Millie Kerr back, she has looked to push through, and it is comfortably out in the end. There's a foot and a half in that one, and a really promising innings, a really promising start from Georgia Plummer comes to an end. New career best for her, and what an unfortunate way for her to fall today.
Yeah, just to take the listener through that, as New Zealand lose their second wicket, 56 for 2 here at Chesterless Street, as we see confirmation of that. It was a nice punch down the ground, slightly over pitch there from Siva-Brunt, and it looked as though it was making its merry way to mid-on position, and then it was Amelia Kerr at the other end. It just, Plummer at the non-striker's end. It hit her, ricocheted off, and as you know, sometimes it ricochets really nicely, and you know, off you go. Ricocheted straight into the hands along the ground of Maya Bouchier, who was standing there at quite a straight mid-wicket, and all she had to do was throw it into the corresponding hands of Amy Jones at the stumps, and she was out by a yard or two. And yes, poor old Plummer, who got off to a very promising start, a really able companion to Susie Bates right at the top. She departs, and New Zealand find themselves 2 down, 56 for 2. And now I was about to admonish as well, Kevin had a terrible innings there. He didn't get any wickets at all. And
Now you're back.
I'm back.
Back
I don't
bringing
know
wickets.
That's a good thing for England,
I
or
might
for New Zealand.
need to bring him back. Might need him back in the chair.
Sophie Devine is the woman to the crease, the New Zealand skipper. Plummer was run out for 29, having faced 32 balls, 6 fours, strike rate of 90, and it was certainly, as you say, Frankie, a very promising innings, our highest to date. An unfortunate way to get out. We're just waiting for the resumption here of this Siva-Brunt over. A little bit of commotion down at the mid-on. I don't know what Eccleston's having a chat with the umpire about. Maybe someone's waving in the background. It usually is that kind of thing behind the sight screen. I hope it's not a pesky broadcaster or anything. Phil's pointing at me. That's very unfair, as this is wide of off stump and carved cut into the offside by Sophie Devine. And well, we saw a 4 of the first ball bowled to Susie Bates, and Devine's doing the same. Lovely shot, 60 for 2.
Yeah, you cannot bowl there to Sophie Devine. Short and wide outside the off stump, and she has got some of the fastest hands going around. Gets into the square drive, and what a way to get your innings started.
Siva-Brunt, shorter run up here, and this one's driven nicely into the offside. No, it's evaded the fielder there at extra cover, and this outfield is fast. It might well run way down into the boundary rope. It does. The chase was on. In fact, there were 2. It was cover point and mid-off who pretty much chaperoned the ball to the rope, and it beat them to it. And a filthy look there from Siva-Brunt. I don't know whether it's who or just a circumstances that, as they are, 64 for 2. Ouch.
Yeah, well, there can't be too many hands on heads, because that was the captain herself here the night in at extra cover. Just a little harbour bridge diving over that one.
Siva-Brunt in again, and this one's past the outside edge, and a really neat little take there from Amy Jones, who takes the bails off the stump. She's half appealed there, but I think that was just a good delivery, Phil.
I think that previous ball was the most unhappy I've ever seen Nat Siva-Brunt look on a cricket field. She was...
It's a filthy one, wasn't
was
it?
Filthy, yes.
But maybe it was also the look of somebody who wants to admonish a fielder and then realises that it's her skipper, and kind of, what do you do in that situation?
You look very angry at the turf.
Right, there you go.
You're not seeking out eye contact. You're looking down.
You sound like you're well versed in that. This is a slower ball from Siva-Brunt, and just floated up and played watchfully in front of her stumps by Devine, who's 8 from 3.
Also the same when you're the fielder that's misfielded, though.
Yeah.
You are just looking at anyone but the bowler and the captain, to be fair. All of a sudden, the outfield is very interesting all around you, and you are just avoiding making eye contact with either of those two.
Final ball then of this 11th over, and this one's again played watchfully by Devine, a dot ball to end it, and it means that after 11 overs gone, New Zealand find themselves 64 for 2. That's the glorious thing about high definition television these days, that we are party to all sorts of grimaces and grins and whatever reaction you might or might not make to relevant bits of fielding, bowling, etc.
That is such an interesting change when you make the move when you're a little bit older from the amateur game and into the professional game, and not used to having the cameras that are able to catch you at every moment on the field. You all of a sudden realise the facials you might pull, and sometimes the words you might utter as well when things aren't quite going your way, and you become very, very quickly understand that some of that behaviour might need to change, because you look like a right grump out there at times.
Sophie Eccleston, who we saw warming up to bowl, turning her arm over a little bit earlier, is going to be brought in from the Lumley end. I say the experienced England bowler. She's only 25, but gosh, she's got a few matches and a few old wickets behind her as well. Slow left arm spinner, tall as well. Light there, it's slip, and this one is wide outside off. Now this is thrashed into the offside by Kerr. I think this might run away to the boundary. It does. Beaumont there on the chase, and there's a big gap between cover and extra cover. And that was, I think it was a loosener, really. 68 for 2.
That is probably the definition of a loosener. You don't get too many of them, either from Sophie Eccleston, to be fair, but a little bit of width, a little bit short outside the off stump, and with just 4 fielders in the ring, was able to pick the gap.
Left arm round there from Eccleston, and a bit of inside edge onto pad there from Amelia Kerr, who's playing the more watchful of the New Zealand innings at this stage. She's 11 from 19 deliveries. New Zealand 68 for 2. She's very quick back into her stride, top of the mark already. Left arm round, and this one's defended back at the bowler. And there is no run. Phil.
The world's number 1 bowler against the world record holder in terms of highest score in women's ODIs.
Oh, that's a match-up if ever there was one. For the delights of the Durham crowd. Knight at slip, and this one's gone high up in the air, and I think this may be caught. Amy Jones, she cries for it. She's the keeper under the stumps, and indeed it was a mistimed sweep shot from Kerr. Top edge, straight up into the air. It was really a question of who rather than how it was going to get out. And Sophie Eccleston, after having been hit for 4 off her first ball, finds her first wicket just 4 balls in. New Zealand 68 for 3.
It'll be a very frustrated Millie Kerr walking off after that one. A good length just outside the off stump, a little hint of turn, bounce away from the right-handed Kerr from Eccleston, and it's just the big top edge, well held out of the big blue sky from Amy Jones. It's just 10 for Millie Kerr today. I feel that is a huge wicket for England to pick up at this time.
Yes, well, we just heard literally the ball before from Phil about how explosive Amelia Kerr can be. But if I'm looking down that list of New Zealand firepower batters throughout this ODI series, I mean, that's probably tick 2 of the 3 big names that New Zealand have behind them, both Susie Bates and Amelia Kerr back in Hutch.
Yeah, and it's always a really tough one as well. I think Millie Kerr is such a fantastic player of spin, is really proactive, sweeps well, uses her feet well, and is excellent off the back foot. And sometimes when she gets into that mode of really wanting to take the game on, it can bring about her downfall.
Eccleston is into Maddie Green, the new batter, and that was past the outside edge, and that was actually a little bit closer than perhaps Green would have been comfortable with. Nicely taken by Jones behind the stumps, but a dot ball nevertheless. 1 more ball of this opening over from Sophie Eccleston. 68 for 3 then as she's in, and watchfully plays the turn away from her and casts it into the offside. On the bounce, it's fielded by cover, and there is no run. So New Zealand, after having got off to a bit of a cracking start, an explosive and high-scoring one certainly, find themselves 3 wickets down with just 12 overs gone. I think probably that's going to be the key thing for New Zealand. I mean, I know that they're going through a process of bedding in the youngsters, and T20 cricket is the focus on the agenda, but in the longer form of the game, it's having that consistency, but also batting out the innings.
Yeah, that's a big part of it, is talk a lot about the desire to be playing lots of cricket and spending more time out in the middle rather than just working on your skills and training. And so when you get those opportunities, it's actually about making best use of them as well.
Silver Brunt is in, and Sophie Devine just playing that into the onside. It's picked up at straightish mid-on, and there is no run.
But she'll be grumpy about it, Millie Kerr. She has this insatiable appetite for batting. There is no one else out there, I think, that hits more balls. The amount of times I've been to training with Mealy, and the 3-hour net session goes by and she's still in her pads. And then she goes, I've probably got a few overs to bowl as well here.
Silver Brunt away from us, and this is down the leg side and just parried by the keeper. I wonder if that would be called a wide. No, it must have hit something or other on the clothing of Sophie Devine, and there is no run. Now, I've got a sort of an issue with this whole, like, she hits more balls than anyone else. I hear this about a lot of different cricketers, and I think, well, somebody must hit more balls than somebody else. It's not all. But this is it. Okay. Silver Brunt is in, and this one's back of the length and played watchfully into the offside by Devine. To have a night at extra cover, there is no run. So when we talk about the rest of the batters in that batting lineup, they all hit many, many balls. But Amelia Kerr hits more balls than they do.
I like to think of myself as being probably an overtrainer.
Okay.
I think I hit hundreds and thousands of balls.
Silver Brunt is in and turned into the onside by Devine. No run. She denied a run, wanted it, but mid wicket's there.
And Amelia Kerr makes me look like I don't train.
Right.
That is and there's just such an enjoyment, whereas us mere mortals, we go to training and we get a bit frustrated with things, and we don't always necessarily leave feeling overly happy with cricket. I just feel like every time she goes to cricket, she feels like she gets something out of it.
Silver Brunt is pushing Devine into her crease, and this is nicely turned away into the onside. Just a little bit straight, or a little bit square for mid-wicket, so it's out to the square leg boundary rider. He's had to make a bit of ground there, Tammy Beaumont, and there is just the single, I think, as Devine relinquishes the strike to Maddie Green, and New Zealand 69 for 3. Overtraining in cricket is quite a common thing, isn't it? People just want to stay in the nets. They just love it.
It's that perfectionist side of your personality that draws you into cricket, and you just spend hours upon hours trying to get it just right.
Silver Brunt is in and onto the back foot. Green punching it back at the bowler. In fact, the bowler doesn't field, and so Eccleston there at mid-on, and they're going to come through for a quick single, because that was a really errant throw from Eccleston, who lumped the ball back into the keeper. She had to really reach for it there, Amy Jones, and in the end could only tip it over the handlebar over the bar, and they've scampered through for a single, and in fact that's Green's first run, an unusual one at that. So 13 overs gone, and New Zealand 70 for 3. So here's a question: does cricket therefore attract people that want to overtrain, or do overtrainers get attracted to cricket?
I think it is elements of your personality that mean you are more attracted to the game of cricket.
Yeah.
You see the aspects of the patience and the time that it takes to be dedicated to your craft, and the fact that you never even get close to being perfect at something. There's always something to be working on and fiddling with while you're doing it.
Eccleston is into Green, who's turned that into the onside off her hip. She retained the strike after that previous over, and she'll get a single. Danny Wyatt out at deep square leg, fires it back into the keeper. That was a good throw, this one. And there is just the single, 71 for 3. And cricket is one of those games where I've always felt you either have a really, really good game or a really bad game. You don't really have a sort of middling game. It's quite hard to get a middling game.
Yeah, and it is a game essentially based in failure. Really, you come to cricket and you, especially as a batter, you fail so many more times than you'll ever succeed. And that's almost what keeps you coming back for more, is then you finally do have that one day out of the box. And
Eccleston is pushing Devine into her crease and defends that resolutely, no run.
And it almost justifies it in your mind. As you go, I've been training for this for months and months and months, and now I've scored 100, so great. And then the next game you walk back with 0 next to your name.
Eccleston is in, and this is down the ground, and that's a lovely shot. 2 straight there for mid-on. It was aerial for a moment, that kind of one that gets you a little bit interested as a fielder, but it struck nicely and well placed as well, because it was right between the bowler and Nat Silver Brunt, I think, there at mid-on, and that's 4 runs to the total. And Devine, well, she's good at placing them, she is, even when she's not unleashing the full firepower that she so often does. New Zealand move 75 for 3, Devine to 13 as Eccleston in once again. Wide of a crease delivery there, and on the bounce fielded by backward of point. Nice diving stop, and there is no run.
This is actually a really important matchup for both sides. Sophie Eccleston hasn't had the same success against a Sophie Devine that she has against a lot of other players. Normally it's the right-handers that she really does look to target, but against left-arm spin, Sophie Devine is almost immaculate.
Eccleston into Devine, and I think she's been taken. Yep, a little feather on that, and a wonderful catch behind the stumps there from Amy Jones. Really good reactions there, and Eccleston, well, she's got 2 big wickets, and Sophie Devine falls for a run of ball 13. That was a particularly good bit of cricket there from England, both bowler and wicketkeeper, and that's a big wicket there.
Well, I've absolutely put the hex on her. I think that is just the second time in 160 deliveries from left arm spin Sophie Devine has faced that she has lost her wicket. And it is a brilliant catch from Amy Jones, quite a thick outside edge. The New Zealand captain was looking dangerous, was looking in excellent form to start this series off, and it is a huge wicket to fall. She goes for just the 13, and New Zealand now got the wobble on, 75 for 4.
Yeah, looking at that replay, you actually see what a brilliant catch that was from Amy Jones, because it wasn't just a feather on the outside edge of the bat of Sophie Devine. It was quite a thick one, and it was a real reaction catch. Those gloves there straight behind the stumps, only centimetres away more than anything, and she's positioned them well. It's one of those hit or they stick or they don't. But Amy Jones, she's a class wicketkeeper, and that's a brilliant wicket. And wow, I think that was very, very good cricket all round from England. Ebony Rainford Brent.
It was. Look, Sophie Eccleston, what a bowler she is. First of all, she's got the shape, she's got the bounce, and just a hint of turn, not a huge amount off this surface, but it's the areas that she always seems to be getting it into. She drew Devine into that shot and then just got that feather of an outside edge. So really a perfect delivery from her, and to get rid of the big gun, it really sets the tone. Sorry, Phil, I feel you got some stats. Give us some insight.
Sophie Eccleston, 2 wickets today. She's moved on now to 103 one-day international wickets for England. She started the day level with Ishigua, our old friend Ishigua, and Sophie Devine, ironically. She's gone past Claire Taylor on 102 wickets, so she's now in all time, she's already in 23rd place in terms of wickets. The next on the list, Anya Shrubsole, who's with us today on 106. So
one thing I remember, I think it was around the days when Isha was stranded on 99, I think, for like a year, and the poor girl kept chipping away, and then she got there. So it just shows you actually how quickly, how difficult it can be to get these sort of milestones. So she's up there and cruising along. How many more should she get?
Top of the list, Julan Goswami, 255. I think she'll probably think that's within her reach.
Most of my wickets went to Gozzi. Had no clue. Anyway.
Well, that's it. I referred to Eccleston as she came in. I was like, veteran in a way. We've seen her around for the last 7, 8 years. She's 25, but she made her debut so early on, and she's got so much talent about her, and has just worked at her game. She's been top of those rankings for pretty much the duration of her career. Oh dear. Well, I'm glad I'm not the one facing her, let's be honest. So Sophie Devine departs, and I think Brooke Halliday is going to come into proceedings. There's Heaven Knight there at slip. And Eccleston is going to go left arm over the wicket to the left-handed batter, and indeed she drives that down the ground to finish the over. 14 overs gone. New Zealand 75 for 4. The last wicket before was Sophie Devine, and a few words from Ebony Rainford Brent, and she's going to be joined shortly by Kevin Howes.
Well, England have really dried things up today. You could tell that New Zealand had decided, even from the first ball, the way Bates got off the mark, hitting a 4, that they were really set up to try and, I think, impose themselves on a good wicket, good surface. They wanted to take the game to England, hit those boundaries when they were on offer, which there were a few. But I think it's the high-quality bowling, Kevin, that England just keep coming at you from both ends. So excellent from Sophie Eccleston.
Yep. Made the difference. 75 for 4 then, driven but for no run up to mid-off, and there will be no run there. So we're into this 15th over. Bit of an extraordinary story in the men's game today, which has a link to New Zealand. So I'm going to maybe mull over that in a few moments. How many? Let's start off with how many runs do you reckon would be the record number of runs scored off one over, as this next ball is bowled here in this women's ODI and pushed into the offside. We'll have a stop, but they don't go through for one. Don't look it up.
Are we talking obviously what format? Because we've got Yuvraj Singh, Stuart Broad. Remember that? The 6 sixes, was it?
Yeah, well, I don't think the format matters, but
so that was 36.
That was 36. Twice this week. The record has been broken in the domestic game in this country. Into the pads, LBW appeal, yes and given. It's the end of green, and Siva Brandt has got the 5th wicket down here. New Zealand 75 for 5 in the 15th over. It was such a good start for New Zealand, all unravelling here at quite a pace. They're thinking about a review, and they're going to take a review.
Well, it's worth her going upstairs because of the state they're in at the moment. However, the ball did look good. It was... I wasn't sure if we're going to hear DRS.
TV umpire to director.
Oh, I
we have a play review for LBW.
Sounds like he's standing right behind us. Is he?
Check the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on first, please?
I think this is Russell Warren on third today on the TV. It is. It's confirmed there. Well, that looks pretty.
Okay. Doesn't
pretty
appear
decent,
to be any
yeah.
bat involved. Can I confirm with Ultra Edge?
Only thing that might give her a bit of favour is that Natseva rolled her fingers over. It did grip a little.
So
has it done enough to not clip and actually miss that leg stump?
Right.
She'll be praying.
Yes. Well,
I think it's
every
going
bit.
to be the umpire at the moment.
They have a look to the England players, though they're not convinced themselves, having seen that on the replay.
Yeah, Natseva is.
She looks right miserable about it. But I think this is a close enough call that I'm not too sure. Yeah, she's actually illustrating with the hands there exactly what you were saying. Did a little bit too much. Maybe.
Yes, that seam position. It's angling down.
So it's above the knee roll, I think, on the strike. Is it just there?
Yeah.
No bat on.
Any bat on
Still
that?
waiting on Ultra Edge.
That's what we're waiting on, according to Russell. Well, I'm quite unnerved how close he sounds to us. This is a terrific feed we've got on it, but he'll be away in the gods somewhere up on the left. So Ultra Edge, does she get anything on it? No, flat line. Thank you, Russell. I'll tell them.
Flat line as it passes the bat,
and then into
through
the
to the pad. No bat involved. Full tracking when available.
Thank you, Russell. We haven't had a rock and roll yet. I
Could you rock and roll?
I love a rock and roll. I got umpire Kettlebridge to do that just for me one day on a programme a few weeks ago. I said, just say rock and roll for me, Rich.
Can you rock and roll?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Original decision is out. Pitching outside off. Impacting line.
And hitting.
Hitting the wickets. I go back on field to Anna.
So yeah. Well, you talk about that, what you've just seen there, but I'm asking why the face, Nat? Why the face? Because
I think it was just because it actually did grip. There's not been a huge amount of turn on this surface, but that one, it was almost like she took the pace off. The ball was revving, so Maddie Green is going for 2. But just looking at that, Kevin, you saw the front foot, and I know that people listening might not quite get it, but the technique was really poor there. She just got herself in an absolute tangle, front foot across herself and then playing around it, and you can't do that to a bowler like Natseva, who's always hunting at your stump. So she's going to have to go.
Life is about learning.
Life is about learning.
From 56 for 1, New Zealand have lost 4 wickets for 19. They're now 75 behind.
Oh, indeed. So midway through this 15th over. So I mean, the way these wickets are crumbling, I can't. Well, I suppose we've maybe got until early evening to stretch this story about the number of runs in the men's game from and over. But I was. Did you know about this one, Phil? Can you put a guess on it? Next ball, in and defended this time. So Brooke Halliday has gone out there. So you've got 2 batters on in Izzy Gaze and Brooke Halliday who've yet to get off the mark.
Dan Lawrence had a good over, didn't he, earlier in the week?
So earlier in the week, Dan Lawrence.
Oh, sorry, 36. This is where we're up to.
So you gave a 36 for 6 in over, yeah.
Well, how else can he?
Well, because no balls and things like that, you see. This is pushed into the offside and there will be no run. So earlier this week, Dan Lawrence scored 38 runs off and over. That equalled the previous record in the men's domestic game, which was, you won't like me telling this story. I don't like telling this story because it was poor Alex Tudor against Andrew Flintoff. Next ball bowled, and that's not far past the off stump, and there will be no run. End of the over. 75 for 5. Green last to go for 2, and this is good from England's point of view, but work desperately needed by New Zealand. Yeah, so way back in the day, not for me, but for other people listening. Freddie Flintoff took 38 off Al Tudor once.
So does that all go to the batter? Sorry, I know I'm chipping in here.
No, but it is a record number of runs
off the over. Okay.
And today, would you believe that record's been broken? That 38 run one's been broken by Ollie Robinson of all people, bowling for Sussex. against Leicestershire, of all teams. Joke there on Phil's expense. Pushed into the offside, and there'll be no run. Oh, Skimbar, I think, was the batter down there. This is at Hove. It's in a men's domestic championship match. And 43 runs, but that is nowhere near the record.
How's that not the record? So that's going to have a no ball or a wide, or
it's going to have loads of them.
It's
going to have loads of them.
on.
Yeah. Next ball, Eccleston in bowls, leans back and play behind the square.
Because isn't there a New Zealand link to?
Oh, very much, Phil. Very much. Done my research, Frank. And not only a New Zealand link, but a Lancaster Park Christchurch link. So, going back to 1990.
Oh, this is digging deep.
February 1990. I believe the youngsters call it a deep dive these days.
Deep dive, yeah. You're on it. You're with trend.
Halliday gets down, looks to sweep down and gets it away somehow, racing down towards the boundary here. It's going to be pulled back up. It's just going to go over. I can't actually see it going over the boundary rope. But I'm just looking, I think that's Charlie Dean, who just gave the impression she hadn't quite got to it, because she just lay there flat for a little while thinking, it's a hot day, I'll have to take my time in getting back up again. So, 79 for 5 is the score. Yeah, so if you go back, all the way back to 1990, and this was a Wellington player, playing there at Christchurch. Next ball, and that's pushed back up to the bowler, or to the right-hand side of the bowler, and don't look at this. Don't look at this, because otherwise it's going to give away. But I simply cannot believe how many runs were scored off one over. And I'm going to give you the answer at the end of this over if you can't guess. I feel I'm disappointed in you not having
Would we
guess.
know?
Well, I don't know. I don't think you will. Looking at his face.
I know it's a ridiculous number. It was they were trying to convolute bonus points or something, weren't they? And people bowling deliberate no balls and.
Really? Oh, that spoiled the story.
I believe
a bit.
so. I believe so.
It was a 22 ball over, I know that much.
22 ball over?
Yeah, next one bowled and worked away here onto the onside, and Halliday will get a single, so she moves to 5, takes New Zealand up to 80 for 5. So it was a cricketer by the name of Bert Vance of Wellington. He was the bowler, the unlucky
Lee
soul.
Jamon was involved somewhere, wasn't
Oh, he's coming out with all this stuff now. He's looked it up.
He's proving he's living up to that statistician title.
Lee Jamon and Roger Ford are the batters at the other end of a 22 ball over, and it went for 77. Tell me that tale is well worn in New Zealand, Frankie. No, you've never heard of it before. You've heard of it before. Yeah, 77. I mean, it's bad enough to think about 38 and 43 that we've had this week.
That's a lot.
Shoaib Bashir, by the way, was the bowler there at Worcester. He's on loan out there at the moment, but these things happen. And but to have that record broken twice within the men's domestic within the space of 3 days, that's right, 3 days, is quite something. But then to throw in, because there are some people claiming this is a world record and everything, so other people correcting them, it's not a world record, because you go back to 1990, there was 77 runs.
I mean, 22 balls in an over.
Oh dear. Back to this. 80 for 5. And Charlie Dean's going to be bowling some here. Halliday on 5. And it's Halliday who's facing Brooke Halliday of New Zealand, leaning back and behind square on the offside for no run.
I think this is a good option here. Dean is kind of a little bit flatter, really comes at you, will skid on. And when the batters aren't really looking to kind of push the score and get trapped on the crease.
Dean to Halliday coming around the wicket with a spin, and this is again played to backward point and no run. Brooke Halliday gives a little bit of the impression of, it's quite warm out here and we've got quite a job on. Even with the body language.
The kit being all black as well can't help.
No, I guess not. Leaning back, and a beautiful delivery. How she didn't get anything on that, I don't know. Taken well by Jones, who's standing up, obviously. Ooh. I'll have to see that again on the replay.
Yeah, slips tight as well. Heather Knight, the captain, is crouched just a little bit of purchase off the surface.
Not looking at all comfortable, Halliday, at the moment. From the start of this Dean over, she's now 4 balls into it after this one. Chopped down into the ground, bounces and runs away, but not too far away on the offside.
Her technique is not great here. She's backing away to that leg side a little bit, just leaving herself exposed. She's better off just sort of standing a bit taller. Just trying to
She looks very close in, doesn't she? Yeah.
Yeah.
On 5. and well into the pads, but again looking all at sea, really not knowing a great deal about any of this going on out there. And that's why the body language is what it is.
Yeah, I do rate her as a batter. I thought she was impressive against England in the last series, but at the moment up against a bit of pressure.
80 for 5 the team score. Halliday on 5, and that squeeze through in between the legs, and she's just happy to see that ball run away. And I think she's just happy to see Charlie Dean take something off the umpire, the cap, and say, whew. I don't blame her, because the team are under pressure as well. So it's not just the bowling, but they know that they've some work to do here. So I reckon, we have a look around, it's 17 overs, and that's a maiden first up from Dean. Bell, 28 runs from her 3 overs. Filer, she was really tight, really impressive at the top, but 5 overs, 1 for 18, 1 maiden. Sivabrunt, 5 overs, 1 for 19, 1 maiden. Eccleston, 2 for 14 after 3 overs. So it was a good start by New Zealand, as you'll be able to see from the scorecard. Filer, the only one that got anything right really at the top. Sivabrunt been bowling well, but the introduction of Eccleston really has put a whole different dimension of the game, not for the first time of course, with her rankings in the world. Just a terrific talent, and she's bowling her 4th over here now, Sophie Eccleston, 2 for 14, and she's bowling to Izzy Gaze, who is yet to get off the mark. LBW appeal, but only really from the bowler, and only for a second or two. Everybody with their backs to us here got a slip. And the captain of the night, Amy Jones, the wicket keeper, and of course the batter just immediately in front, so we couldn't really see too much of that. But she's back to a mark again. She comes from around. She says, "Oh, hello, here I am," and in and bowls onto the leg side. She begins her approach directly behind the umpire. So the batter's only guessing there's somebody down there about to bowl to them.
They're doing a bit of a snake.
Yeah, and comes round. Hi. Here I am. Gaze on naught. Drives straight back at Eccleston. Ooh. I'm not so sure about that, but other people might. I'm not too sure. She did what she did. And the umpire, I think, is going to have a word, because I'm not too sure there's anything. Well, she moved down half a yard out, and then that's a high throw. And it's not even anywhere near the stumps. Anyway, back in and bowls into the pads and into the offside. The batter, Izzy Gaze, didn't make anything of it, I don't think. I think I might have done. Anyway, as we go. 1 ball left to the 18th over. Round the wicket again, goes back, and Amy Jones moves to the right-hand side to gather that one. End of that over. 18 overs gone, 80 for 5. Another maiden. This is, regardless of the little minor incident there, this is really good stuff now from England. Very good stuff indeed, and it's going to require something special here from New Zealand, who we know are in a rebuilding phase, not only of an innings but just things just generally getting things going.
Well, look, first of all, I think right now is a really difficult patch. You come in to the crease, you've lost 4 key wickets in no time, and then you've got 2 high quality spinners just coming at you, giving you very little to work with, so the pressure is on. And again as well, once you're behind the game, this run rate is dropping significantly. It's just really, really difficult to just turn the game around. I think they're going to have to find ways to either rotate the strike or do something different. Yeah,
3 maidens in the last 4 overs.
And Dean in bowls driven. That's a nice looking shot. It's beaten the fielder on the inside of the circle, and the one deeper as well. Nice placement in the end for 4. That's going to feel a lot better, an awful lot better. For Halliday, she gets a boundary. She moves to 9, and freeing the arms there. So that was something she most definitely wasn't able to do. Use of the feet as well comes down to a bit more ebbs. Is that the big difference?
Well, I think she wasn't looking smart, really going back and backing away. So this time going at it and really opening up the off stump work. She got to pick the line right, which she did.
Okay, and defends this one straight back up to Dean the bowler. 84 for 5. Yeah, somebody's just pointed out it is worth just adding, of course, those 2 bowlers this week that have gone for the 38 runs in and over and the 43 are both England bowlers. Dean around the wicket in and into the offside for no runs. So Ollie Robinson today.
Yeah.
And it was Shoaib Bashir, who's on loan to Worcestershire from Somerset.
That's bad.
And it was Dan Lawrence. He was one of your Surrey lot. Dan Lawrence.
It's always a Surrey lot.
Always
doing the
Surrey lot.
damage.
Next ball, a bit extra flight, driven, a little uppish, but safe enough in the end, out there towards the cover boundary for a single, and it's 85 for 5. 2 balls left for the 19.
What I do like here from Halliday is that she is trying to adapt in her innings. Sometimes you just get bogged down, keep making the same mistakes, and she's obviously had a rethink in the middle of overs and just thought, let me just come at it, try something different. Technique looks a lot sharper, but she could have easily just stuck with the same game plan, but at least she's just tried to adapt.
Gaze has faced 9 balls, yet to get off the mark. Will it be with this one from Dean? Driven, no. Up to mid-off. I certainly heard a couple of yeahs in there, but I didn't actually see them move. So they're not... Somebody called yeah, the other one just didn't reply.
You saw the Rashid Khan the other day, did you? Running between the wickets.
Hold on. Gaze on naught. Into the onside, and they will get a single, so she'll be off the mark or Gaze, so she's on to 1, and that's 86 for 5 after 19 overs. Gaze on 1, Halliday on 10. You're talking about that one where he's threw his bat down?
Yeah, it was a no, oh no. I'm going to chuck my bat at you because you're not listening to me.
It was hilarious. Not as half as funny as the lad going down at slip.
Oh, the cramp. The only thing I did think about that, when you do get hit with cramp, it does just hit you.
Oh no! Don't give me that.
So I was semi-sympathising.
It always hits you when.
When your coaches tell you to slow it down.
Bless you for being so understanding. In the air, this could be a catch, could be out. No, over the top of the fielder there at mid-off. Now goes chasing, trying to pull it back in. May get there before it pulls up just inside the boundary. That, for a moment, I thought was going to fall nicely into the hands of the fielder there.
I think she slightly misjudged that, actually. I mean, it was a difficult chance, but it looked like she just wasn't quite sharp and ready, didn't pick up the trajectory. Could have definitely got back a bit more if she'd have read that.
No real movement. So gone back a yard or two when they would have been in the right place. As it is, he looked to go miles over the top of her. Next ball, Eccleston into the pads. Stam of Halliday. They'll race away for 1, come back for 2. Heather Knight's running hard, and then together with Tammy Beaumont manages to pull that ball back in. And applause for the running there of Tammy. It was nice to get support from the captain, who went an awful long way to say after you, as she dives and stopped the ball from getting to the sponge. We're taking a look at that again on the replay, that from Fider. Just not getting herself in the right position. 91 for 5 is the score in the 20th over. Can't get that one away into the pads again. Racing through the over, of course, as spinners often do.
I know you're going soon. Kevin, you've had cramp though, right? Bad cramp. When it just hits you.
Well, in my extensive sporting life, it's usually about 4 o'clock in the morning for some reason. And this one's driven. Beats the fielder again a mid-off. Eccleston can't quite believe that. But that's going to be 4 runs. This is a better over from New Zealand with a little bit of fortune, but that doesn't matter. That was a lovely shot. And although the fielder maybe should have got down and stopped that one, they move on to 95 for 5. Yeah, well, I've had a bit. Yeah, so go on.
Yeah, I just mean when it does, like, I know everyone's saying it's active, but when it does get you, there isn't a build-up. It just... Yeah. So what I was thinking, if he did have cramp, it would have got him like that.
And it just happened to be at the same time as this next ball is bowled and played onto the onside. It just happened to be at the same time that Coach Jonathan Trott, and I thought initially Jonathan Trott was saying go down, and that would have crossed the line for me.
Yeah.
But he was actually saying slow down.
So there was many things you could do. You could do your laces up.
Yeah. And
he just got the wrong message, didn't he?
Yes, he must have thought he's saying go down. 95 for 5. Oh dear. I mean, there's some people who quite clearly say that should not happen, and we're to frown upon it, Ebony. Frown upon it.
Uh-huh.
1 ball left of the 20th. I've given up on frowning upon things. Next ball. This is in the air, but only for a short time on the onside. And the end of that over. 95 for 5. Brooke Halliday on 14. Izzy Gaze on 4. That's 20 overs gone. more words of wisdom for you in defending the indefensible.
I'm just saying, like, I did think,
And there'll be Isabel.
Phil, come on, that 3 a.m. cramp that just gets you, and it is like, and when it gets you on both legs as well, you're done.
Yeah, I mean, we've all felt that in bed at night, haven't we? The old 3 a.m. cramp, but not suddenly feeling that the delivery's about to be bottled. I mean, come on.
I just wanted to give enough room to both sides of the argument before I make my case. Someone who would be well placed to make a strong case. Izzy, over to you.
Charlie Dean is continuing, or she was about to continue. She just pulled out of her run-up. I'm not quite sure why. The New Zealand batter at the non-striker end was perhaps just, I don't know, starting to wander down the pitch. And we wouldn't want that now, would we? Bringing more controversy. Run outs at the non-strikers end and all that. That never happens at women's cricket.
Never.
New Zealand 95 for 5, and this is floated up and just played into the offside. It's, I think, angled bat there down to a vacant third, and that will be 4 runs from Gaze. That was a really dainty push into the offside. Nicely played, a little bit wide of the mark there from Dean, and she'll move to 8 there, Gaze, and New Zealand on the cusp of 3 figures, 99 for 5.
Sorry, I was just laughing because I've had a text from one of our producers who's listening in.
Dean, right arm over the wicket, floaty again and wide, and this is covered to the offside, and this is a lovely boundary, back-to-back boundaries through extra cover and mid-off. Really sweetly struck there from Gaze. Got glaze all over it. 12.
I like that. Yeah, I really like this little phase here. They've worked out that it wasn't working for them sort of just hanging back and getting stuck on the crease, so they're both looking to use their feet, get out, and they're choosing the right balls at the moment. The danger here is that the bowlers could just drag that length back a fraction, but it's working at the moment.
Charlie Dean, who started off with a maiden, is now being hit around, and she's called here for LBW, and indeed the finger goes up. Goodness me, pushing Gaze back into her crease. She's just hit back-to-back boundaries, and this one, I think maybe the turn may well have deceived her. They've gone up to review, I think, or they haven't. They're having a meeting of minds. Yes, they have. Just the countdown clock there was ticking away, very close in the end to that cut-off. And indeed, so the finger went up. LBW is the call. Charlie Dean thinks he's got her first wicket and England's 6th, and they're going to have a review.
Yeah, look, I don't think this is going to be working much for her here. She looked like she was kind of slightly outside the off stump, trying to move around the crease, so they're going to need a bit to go their way, maybe some turn. Dean doesn't tend to turn it a huge amount.
Well, that's what I think may have just surprised her. 103 for 6, and just coming off the pitch, it's a dry Durham at the moment. We've had days of sunshine. Amy Jones behind the stumps goes up straight away. I think here just a little bit falling over into the offside is the batter Gaze, and that might have been it. Her head was all over her right shoulder, and that extra bit of spin on this dry Durham turf might have been what did it for her. Now the line will be important here. Pitching outside off, and its umpire's call was out, impact in line, and it looks as though it was hitting the top of leg stump, so a good call all round as far as England are concerned. Good bit of bowling from Charlie Dean, hit back-to-back boundaries, but the finger remains up, and that is the end of Gaze, and that is New Zealand now 103 for 6.
Yeah, look, I think that's a bit of smart bowling there. I think Dean actually took a fraction of pace off it, that's why we saw it just grip a little bit more, and also for Izzy Gaze, she was a bit outside the off stump before the ball was bowled, so then by the time she might have felt like maybe it was going down leg, but actually she was trapped bang in front. And I like the spell. I could see what they were trying to do. They were trying to release a little bit of pressure. They were trying to use their feet, move around the crease and take the game at them. I think the challenge is when you've got 2 high quality spinners, they can adapt that little fraction and cause you some problems. So good from Dean. This partnership we'll see plenty of going forward. And yeah, so just before we finish up on the cramp, you've had bad cramp, right? You know when it gets you.
Yes, I mean the best take that I saw on this Afghanistan hamstring cramp issue, I think, was Australia needed Afghanistan to lose and Bangladesh to win, so they were obviously paying a keen eye. I think it was Adam Zampa, the leg spinner for Australia. He put up, and I'm not sure if he's taken it down on his Instagram page. He put, a cheeky shot of the rain string. That old one. I mean, he did look as though he'd been shot, essentially.
Yeah.
He went down like a sack of bricks.
But that's why I felt for him, because when it happens, it happens. It does happen.
It's funny, I mean, this is the first time I've heard you talk about this. I haven't seen you go up on social media and put your head above the parapet, Ebony. You want to go and, tell the world your views? No?
About
cramp and Afghanistan.
Well, I've let it out now. It's done.
I'm going to spread the rumour, right? Charlie Dean is bowling to Hannah Rowe, the new batter in, who's playing this down the ground, back at the bowler, and there is no run, 103 for 6.
Dirty tactics. There's a lot that have been taken out of the game in cricket. Throwing the ball into the square,
that's true.
the running across the wicket with your spikes and scuffing the bottom as you run, jumping over.
Dean floated into the pitch there, and that's a bit of turn. I think she knows what she's doing here. It's outside off stump, and an attempted drive there from Rowe, just being told from the other end, quite what the pitch is doing. And I think that's it, as you were saying, Ebony, taking that pace off the ball a bit more, floating up there, trying to really extract the spin. And this one is watchfully played beneath the eye of Hannah Rowe, and it means after 21 overs, New Zealand at 103 for 6. So are we entering an era of good, clean cricket these days?
Oh yeah, it feels very clean now, doesn't it? Like people frown on mancads and the ball into square. I used to like that because there was nothing wrong. If you're in the outfield and you want to scuff up the ball, soften the ball a bit, make it harder to hit, you just bang it in, and umpires now come over. No, so it's all been like just cleaned up a little bit, hasn't it? I don't mind taking the game right to the edge because I like controversy. I like a bit of a battle in the heat. But
I thought you were always a wilting wallflower, Anthony.
Playing against you, I had to learn very quickly, didn't I, Izzy?
Oh yeah, because I was that venomous bowler. I had all the chat and none of the actual execution, unfortunately. But talking of execution, Sophie Eccleston, she has both the chat and she's also pretty good.
Yeah,
Sophie
she's
Eccleston,
very good.
2 for 21. She's bowled 5 overs and she is going to come on from the Lumley end. There's a bit of commotion. Yes, the helmet's been brought out to Heaven Knight, who was at slip. Oh, I thought she might have gone at slip, so maybe she's going to a leg slip. Let's see, or maybe in front. No, leg slip it is.
Charlie Dean and Sophie Eccleston between them today. 8 overs, 3 for 32.
That's an all right return. So, Heaven Knight is going to go into that leg slip position, hence the helmet being wound out, and Sophie Eccleston is bowling over the wicket, left arm over, and immediately Halliday is leaning forward for the sweep, doesn't get hold of it, as we have a little bit of a change in commentary. I didn't manage to say goodbye to Ebony, but indeed it is hello to Anya Shropsall.
Hello again.
Hello again. We're going to rapidly run through these overs. Eccleston does tend to churn through them. Here she is, left arm over, and this one's floated up and down the ground, and it's just evaded the fielder at mid-off, who leapt into the air, and maybe a few inches he needed to grow there. And that was a good shot from Halliday coming down to the pitch of the ball, and perhaps that's the only way to combat the likes of Eccleston in these conditions. She moves to 18. New Zealand 107 for 6. Risky shot.
Definitely risky shot. Given the game situation, if she picks out mid-off there as probably the last recognised batter, she might have a few people questioning what she was doing. But she got a 4, so everything's good or bad just by outcome, isn't it, really?
4 in the score, but because this one is floated this time a bit deeper into the crease for Halliday. She's on 18. Phil has some stats.
No, and the other point to make is that New Zealand have burned both of their reviews now.
Well, that is a statistic to pay attention to, certainly, as Eccleston is in and pushing Halliday into her crease. Bit of turn on this pitch, as we've already seen. 107 for 6 into the 22nd over. Beautiful beaming day here at Chesterler Street. Nice smattering of a crowd, certainly beneath us into the stands that are shrouded in sunshine. Halliday on strike as she waits and again pushes into her crease and playing off the back foot, square of the wicket into the covers. Danny Wyatt fielding out there in the deep, just the single. And New Zealand again trying to rebuild. They've been trying to rebuild really since the 4th over, after they'd raced away for 27 of just, I think it was, 3 overs, and then it's all come tumbling down. Eccleston just surveying her boots, something stuck in there. Heather Knight, a conventional slip to the right-hander, and Rowe deep into her crease, digging that out. She's faced 4 balls, not managed to get a run off it so far, and 22 overs gone. 108 for 6. I think it's spin to win from here on in, is it, Anya?
Yeah, definitely. This is the period of the game that England do so well with, that trio of spinners. Sophie Eccleston, we know how good she is. Charlie Dean's been one of the leading bowlers in one-day cricket in the world over the last period, and we know what Sarah Glenn can do. So I think these spinners will operate in tandem. It wouldn't surprise me if Heather tried to get Lauren Bell back into the game at some point, just to see if she can pick up a wicket, just try and get a bit of confidence after that opening spell. But I think there'll be a lot of spin coming New Zealand's way.
So Charlie Dean continue from the Finkel end. There's a slip in place, conventional one this time, around the wicket, the right arm off spinner. It's coming away from us, and this one's just pushed into the offside to cover, fielded, no run. Yeah, interesting, I guess, because you're thinking about the context of both this game, the moment, putting that pressure on New Zealand, but also the fact that this is a kind of freebie series and that it's not part of the ICC Championships. As here comes Dean. This is a little bit full and dug out into the offside. There's a boundary rider out at cover point, and the flowing locks of Tammy Beaumont racing in, and it keeps them to a single. 109 for 6. Rowe back on strike, yet to get off the mark. It's sort of, we heard from Heather Knight that it was going to be a bit of experimentation, so that will certainly be at the back of her mind then, using and getting confidence to her bowlers. There's Dean already top of her mark, bowling over the wicket to the right arm over, and this one's turned into the onside. Rowe wants a single, note, she's turned back, no run.
Got no chance to talk about anything with these two. With these two spinners, they just rattle through, don't they? But yeah, Heather's pretty in tune with that sort of thing. I think if there is an opportunity to get Lauren Bell back into the game, try and get a bit of confidence, she'll absolutely take that.
Rowe, 5 balls faced, still on naught, and this is pushed back at the bowler and remains there, so no run. 109 for 6. And I don't know, you're an experienced bowler, you're standing out in the outfield. What would you have words that you want to say to someone like Lauren Bell? You know, beginning of her burgeoning, very good career so far, as Dean is in and again defended, no run.
If she wanted them, yes. I tried not to be someone who kind of forced my opinion or whatever onto people. So if she wanted any words, then yeah. But it would just be about trying to keep it simple, really, for her at the minute.
Dean, final ball of this over, and this is aerial and taken nicely by Rowe. Really floated up there by Jones indeed, as Rowe had a flash of it. So she again remains on naught. She's faced 8 balls, 23 overs gone, and New Zealand 109 for 6.
Yeah, if she was to come back on in this sort of situation, what you'd just be saying to her is to run in hard and just try and find a consistent area in whatever way works for her. Like Lauren, yes, she's young, but she's played a lot of cricket. She's played a reasonable amount of cricket for England now. She'll know what cues, what things work for her. So it's just sometimes, I think sometimes when you're struggling a bit, you forget those things. You start thinking about lots of other things, how badly it's going, or whatever it is. I definitely found that. So just reminding her what works for her and let her bowl. She'll work it out.
Eccleston is continuing from the Lumley end, and a quick aborted cry of an LBW perhaps, but there seems to be some bat on it as it's run down to third, and indeed it is Bell who had to run back from her position just inside the circle, and they'll get 2 for it, so thick outside edge. Halliday moves to 22, 111 for 6. Yeah, Bell's played 12 ODIs, 22 wickets in her career so far. Eccleston floating this one up and dug deep, but driven by Halliday only so far as extra cover, and there is no run. She's still nicknamed the Shard. Remember this when she was younger? She's very tall from a very early age, bearing down. I think it was Berkshire I remember playing against her back in the day. As this is floated again from Eccleston, and this seems to be the way from the spin bowlers. It's just padded back down the ground, but again no run, is to really take some pace off this ball, use the spin of the pitch. I think that's what they've decided is the way forward. Eccleston, top of a mark, leg slip in place, flatter one this time, and watchfully played by Halliday into the covers. Again a dot ball.
I think she's just belly. It's not
Just
very
belly.
original, is it?
Well, yeah.
It's the way to go with nicknames, just add a Y on the end.
It's very Australian. Or they had O's on the end of their thing as well. Makes things easier, I guess. Knight in place, that leg slip with the helmet on, and this one's pushing the batter into her crease, and hands on head there from Eccleston. I think better turn off the pitch once more. There is no run. Very expressive face there, Eccleston. She knows when she's close, she knows when she's on top of you. Halliday there on 22, batting out this over at the very least, and this one again playing watchfully under her eyes, tries to turn it into the onside, doesn't manage to get it off the square, and it means that after that over, New Zealand have made an over there, 111 for 6, 24 overs gone, and Eccleston in charge.
Yeah, as she so often is, she rarely bowls a bad ball. she's worked really hard on her bowling to, if she had a weakness, and she doesn't have many, it was potentially bowling to left-handers. It's something she's worked on massively, and has got even better than she was before. So she just offers England control and a wicket-taking threat, which just makes her gold dust, really.
Yeah, Brooke Halliday currently at the crease is the one left-handed batter that New Zealand have in this lineup. As Charlie Dean resumes from the Finkel end, and this one's an appeal for LBW, and I think the finger goes up. It does, yep, straight away. Rowe there, who had been stuck on naught, just thinking that maybe it turned enough and trying to turn it into the onside, completely misjudged it, and that was a pretty simple one as far as umpiring decisions go. And she falls for naught. New Zealand 111 for 7. That was pretty immediate, Anya.
Yeah, it just, unless she's hit it, it just looked like she got her front foot in line and trying to whip it round, trying to look to go too square, and another one falls. And these two spinners, Dean and Eccleston together, have been relentless. They've put pressure on the new batters coming in. They've given them nothing free to get away, and what that does is that means you try and force something a little bit, as Hannah Rowe has done there and has fallen LBW to Charlie Dean. Yeah, forcing it was certainly the word. She was really struggling there, hadn't scored a run, facing 9 balls. She'd faced Adam Maiden beforehand, just wasn't able to get it either off the square or beat any of the fielders. And you have Sophie Eccleston at one end really tying you down, and you've got Charlie Dean at the other. It's not really a particularly happy place to be on a spinning wicket at Durham, and it means that New Zealand, again, having wasted away at that beginning, they really were 27 off the first 3 overs, and then they now found themselves ends up 111 for 7, and Charlie Dean rather enjoying things. Bill?
Yeah, 27 without loss after 3, as you mentioned. They were 56 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Jess Kerr then, the new batter in. Dean is in, and loopy delivery, and this is just played watchfully out to point, no run. Tricky times for New Zealand at the moment.
Yeah, and Jess Kerr is a naturally aggressive batter, so be interested to see whether she six or twists here.
111 for 7, really flighty delivery, nice take there at extra cover, diving to her right. Maya Bouchier there, cap on, and took that cleanly. So dry old outfielders, a lot of grazed elbows I think will be had by that England team. Dean running away from us, ambling away from us, and this is a thick inside edge, and it's going to pick up a single for New Zealand as it's just wide of the fielder at short fine leg. And well, the scoreboard ticks over. It's been a while since it has. 112 for 7.
Yeah, New Zealand have got to work out how they're going to go about this. They can't just block it. Looks like they're going to need to get plenty more runs, but can't afford to lose any more wickets.
Slip in place as Dean around the wicket, and this one a little bit too straight and played off the hips there by Brooke Halliday. Square leg comes in, fields, and they pick up a single. 113 for 7, and we haven't even seen Sarah Glenn. So this is, there's a lot of spin to come, and a lot of decisions needed to be made by this rather inconsistent New Zealand side so far, and this one's a shorter delivery, dart-like delivery down the leg side, and called a wide. 114 for 7.
Either she's trying to get Heather's attention, or Sarah Glenn is about to come on. She's twirling her arms around a lot.
Probably a bit of both. Here comes Dean, and this is floated, and this is driven nicely. A little bit over pitch, and that'll be 4. There's a boundary rider out there at cover. It's a straightish mid-off, and it's carved in between the two, and that's a good-looking shot there. From what we've already heard from Anya Shrubsole, Jess Kerr is certainly somebody who likes to play her shots. She moves to 5, and the score 118 for 7.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Jess Kerr. Good intent to put away an over-pitch delivery from Charlie Dean. So we see that Hannah Rowe dismissal just clipping the top of leg stump from Charlie Dean.
Yeah, it's been good stuff here from the spinners, and you might be able to hear the tannoy bursting across the outfield, because from one spin to another and then to the third, Sarah Glenn is going to come on, leg break bowler. And that's the nice thing for England. They have that nice mix, that balance of different spinners, the right arm finger spin, the left arm finger spin, and now a bit of the right arm wrist spin. As bright white glasses on from Glenn, and she's around the wicket, and immediately Halliday is sweeping. Danger areas here. That's a Precocious shot there from the New Zealand batter, 119 for 7, picks up a single out to square leg, but I think Glenn will be, she'll feel that she's in and about amongst it.
Yeah, definitely. Halliday looks like she wants to kind of go back and play against the spinner, and that is exactly what Sarah Glenn wants you to do. She's quite skiddy, not a lot of flight. She does a lot of batters kind of going back and looking to cut or play across their front pad, and it just kind of skids on and hit the stump. So that's something that Halliday will definitely have to be aware of.
Glenn then going to bowl right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Jess Kerr, pushing her back into her crease, plays it into the onside, no run. 119 for 7. In the scheme of things, you say she has time to be able to watch it and understand how the pitch is playing, what Glenn's bowling is doing. Knight in place, it's slip, and gosh, she's pushed back in there, really opening her body up, and that's a nice shot through the covers, full face of the bat, nice straight punch down the ground, and that's 124 for 7.
That's a brilliant shot from Jessica. Got back and went kind of nice and high up the ground, straight up the ground, which is what you need to do to Sarah Glenn. She's, like I say, she wants you to hit square and kind of skid it under the bat, but that was brilliantly played from Jessica.
Glenn over the wicket, floated up this time, and it's punched back at the bowler. Knight there in that slip position, waiting for that errant outside edge. Glenn in flatter delivery, and again Kerr rocking onto her back foot and again playing it down the ground. This bit squarer this time. Cover point on the boundary field, and I'll pick up just the single. 124 for 7.
This innings feels like it's been primarily fours and wickets. Seems to be the theme of this innings, and New Zealand not able to get a lot of way in between.
Final ball of Glenn's first over, and pushing Halliday this time back into her crease, turns it into the onside. There's a fielder there at straight mid-wicket. There is no run, and it means that after 26 overs gone, the score is 124 for 7.
New Zealand have put away a lot of 4 balls that England have bowled, but what it's shown is when they've got it right, they've been able to restrict them. A lot of dot balls, and then they've brought about the wickets, and it's a real snapshot of 25 overs, but that's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, 21 fours so far.
So nearly 2/3 of that New Zealand total in boundaries, but they are 7 down. So it just shows how much they've struggled to score in between.
Isabel wasn't able to say cheerio, but she says goodbye to everybody. Look after yourselves for 15 minutes is what she said. Hello. Here we are, 124 for 7. Oh, a little edge. Yes, another wicket. Kerr has gone. And it's Charlie Dean with another one. Well, you see, I'm having such a good time with the cricket today. I don't really want this to finish too quickly. And every time, maybe a bit of a partnership will build and all sorts of that. This is England ripping through them now. Ripping through them.
Yeah.
Just going forward to that one. Just get a little edge, try and play defensively.
Yeah, and it's that area that we know England are so strong in. Their spinners. Sophie Eccleston, Charlie Dean, Sarah Glenn's just come on as well. We know how potent those 3 are. And they're really showing and really putting the pressure on New Zealand, who don't have any answers at the minute.
No. What are they doing wrong?
I think it's a combination of obviously England bowling well. Doesn't look like they've kind of got a clear plan about how they want to go about it, and they're putting the bad balls away. They're getting their boundaries where they can, but like I said, they've scored 2/3 of their runs in boundaries and then really kind of struggled in between those. So couple of batters getting out, kind of playing a bit too square as well to Charlie Dean, trapping them LBW. So I think quality England bowling and maybe a little bit of a lack of clarity from the New Zealand batters.
It's first game of the tour and everything, but Jess Kerr's just gone there for 10 off her 9 balls, caught by the keeper Jones. Bowling of Dean. We're into the 27th over of the innings, 2 balls into it, 124 for 8 is the score now. We keep on seeing that one on the replay, just very tentative really, and that sort of sums up a little bit of where we are with the New Zealand approach. Now there could be another run out here, set off really late, going to the danger end, and the throw misses. Well, my oh my, that was Molly Penfold who was on strike. She was running, she was miles away in terms of in her head, never mind anywhere else. Eventually gets called through. Who was with the throw?
Heather Knight.
Heather Knight with the throw. Charlie Dean not able to gather the ball onto the stumps, probably thinking maybe that was going to go on and hit anyway. So real fortune there. So Penfold is off the mark, just 125 for 8. Leaning back this time is Halliday. She can strike a nice ball. We've seen a few good shots. That one will just gather 1. I have to tell me Beaumont fielding on the cover boundary.
Run-outs are always on when you've got a lower order batter batting with a batter. That Halliday just looked desperate to get on strike and called Penfold through, and she was not ready for it. No, she was just thinking about what did I do wrong with that shot, and it was almost the undoing, and probably should have been the undoing in fairness, also with that throw. But anyway, into the offside. You can sometimes forget to be too critical of these things when the score is 126 for 8, but maybe that throw should have run out. She was seemingly miles out of the ground. Lovely bowling here again though from Charlie Dean. She's picked up 3 wickets, and that's the end of another over. Races through them. 3 for 24 from 6 overs. The applause for the bowling. New Zealand in a bit of a desperate situation at 126 for 8. Penfold on 1 and Halliday on 25. Look at that card. I mean, they made such a good start. It looked as though we could be in for a big score here today. I mean, there was the early loss of Bates. Filer was bowling brilliant at the top, but there were some nice shots, and they got 50, 52, 56 was it in the end?
56 for 1 at the end of the power play. Yeah.
And then there was the run out and the introduction of Eccleston with a spin and all that sort of stuff. And well, it's another good ball first up. So this next over from Glenn, who's bowling her second over. Her first went for 6. She's bowling to Halliday at the moment on 25 not out. In this first of a 3-match ODI series, followed by 5 T20 games. Driven nicely. That's a lovely looking shot actually, Halliday. That's pretty graceful. Love that shot out there through extra cover. Have a lovely look about the whole thing, even in the way that it just was teasing it for a while, the fielders out there to chase it down, but had the better of them, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, she just overpitched by Sarah Glenn. She just got it on the low full toss, and simple as you like through extra cover.
She moves to 29 or 41. Brooke Halliday, and leaning back deep, as we were talking about the previous over, but does cut that ball behind square for a single. And Halliday moves to 30 or 42, and the score up to 131 for 8 midway through the 28th over. She wasn't looking at all comfortable when she first went out there, but has settled into it now. That the problem is she's losing partners at the other end.
Yeah, she looks like she had a plan, realised it wasn't working, and has kind of changed and come at the bowler a bit more. And since she's done that, she's looked really good, and like you said, just lost all her mates down the other end.
Got the feet moving, didn't she? Penfold's on 1 and defended that one into the onside up towards mid-on. I mean, this really now we're into the area of whatever support and balls you can face and soak up to allow Halliday to carry on. But 131 for 8. 2 balls left to this over. Driven by Penfold. Good stop. I'd appreciate that extra cover. Oh, hold on. Now we've got batting advice coming down there. This can sometimes be the undoing of the batter like Penfold. Let's wait and see. Penfold on 1. And in and bowls. A little quicker. A little uppish, but okay in the end. But there were a couple of shots there which... Early days, she only faced 7 balls, but a couple of shots that made me think of maybe she's not going to be around for too long. 131 for 8, 28 overs gone, Penfold on 1. But this is the interesting thing is how much support can they give Halliday, because she has played some really nice shots at the moment, but it's not looking very bright and good for New Zealand out there, who decided to win the toss, which is the right thing to do, encouraged by the sun, encouraged by a pitch that's seen a lot of sun and dryness over the last couple of days. But there we are, 131 for 8 then, 28 overs. I know you've not got long with this in this little batch here, Anya, but we do need to get a few positive vibes off you of retiring. Next delivery into the pads and out into the offside, because you were telling everybody as you came in today it's not bad. It's not bad, this retirement from the game. Is that right?
Yeah, it's good. I was chatting to Frankie and saying I was pro-retirement. I wouldn't offer a balanced argument if someone was asking me.
Okay, next delivery round into the pads. This is Dean bowling again, going down leg side. So it felt right from the word go?
Yeah, definitely.
Never once felt, oh dear, have I made the right call? Start of a new season, or seeing things around the world taking place, I think I'd like a bit of that, and
Maybe only when I saw the 100 salaries go up.
Fair enough. 2 balls into the 29th over. Played out square, beats the fielder there. There have been just 1 or 2 moments in England, maybe just a little bit sharper in the field. And they'll go through for 1. As I say, whether the ball's bobbling about a little bit there on some of this. It's such a wide ground, and yet we're only playing on relatively short boundaries here, but such a wide ground and such a long stretch of strips from left to right in front of us, and sometimes those balls can take a nasty bounce on the end of one of them. Down the leg side, races away very fine. It's going to go down towards the boundaries. That file, trying to chase that down and pull it back in with a right arm throw. Good running from the batters and from the fielder as well to get one back in, from making sure it didn't go for a 4. 134 for 8 is the score now for New Zealand. 2 balls left of the 29th over. England, of course, need to keep on this. They don't want to think this is job done. They need to make sure they finish this off and nice and clinical. Say the first couple, a few early shots I've seen from Penfold, not giving me too much confidence, but neither should she. I mean, it's not her job. The others have failed higher up, but she's on 1. What can she do? Comes down the pitch, smothers the ball into the offside, no run. But it was really interesting seeing Halliday. That first over, she had real trouble, and then gets I think the first ball of the next over or whatever, and she gets it away to the boundary. You could see just because she's moved the feet, got the feet moving. Oh, balled, and that's Penfold gone. And that's 4 wickets for Dean now. What an afternoon for Charlie Dean. What an afternoon so far for England. Game is not won, by no means. But New Zealand are in trouble at 134 for 9 after 29 overs. Playing deep, and as I say, she was struggling really, Penfold out there. And to the class and spinner, bowler who's in form clearly today, backing onto the leg stump as well, spinning in there. High fives, low fives all round. It's been a good day so far for England. And Charlie Dean gets that wicket for her. 10 balls face for Molly Penfold's 1.
Charlie Dean's been exceptional today, as she has been in ODI cricket over the last year or so. She's taken a hatful of wickets for England. She's been a real go-to wicket taker. She's so clever with what she's doing. She's got a really good cricket brain. Charlie Dean, captain London Spirit in the 100 a couple of seasons ago when Heather was injured. She knows what she's doing. She knows how to work batters out, and she's really skillful. She's one of the most skillful off spinners around the world.
Fran Jonas has gone out there, spent a long time looking at the big screen. I almost, all the details were up there. I hope they'd got all the details. She was looking for such a long time. I was worried that maybe one of the details was wrong about her career. She was getting a real puzzled look. Unless it took her a bit by surprise what the score is. 134 for 9. Start of the next over, being bowled from the far end, and that is the Lumley Castle end, and that's carved away by Brooke Halliday, who really must be more than a little desperately upset and sad, because she's done the work. She's found a different way to play here today. She's worked really hard and got herself a 32, and comes down to have a word with Fran to say, give me a chance to score a few more, will you? Just a few more here. Give our bowlers a little bit of something to work with. Jonas faces her first delivery. Glenn hasn't actually taken a wicket so far. She's in her 3rd over, only gone for 12 runs, and that's going to stay 12 runs on that one. Driven to mid-on. But the spinners are causing some problems out there, aren't they, for the New Zealand middle and tail end. Forward and push back up to Glenn. And as you say, that's not something that is of any surprise to anybody following England's women's cricket. They've really come on as a unit. I mean, the whole bowling unit, but the spinners especially. So you see there's next ball bowled, a little quick, force back again. Variations. They've got it all here. 135 for 9, 2 balls left. This 30th over. And this is such a massive challenge for Jonas, isn't it? As I say, it's not for Jonas and some of the others to have got this right. Oh, and a little bounce there as well. Every ball's been just a little bit different here. Just a little bit different. All good, just a little bit different. 1 ball left of this over. 135 for 9. Jonas faced 4 balls. The idea here, of course, is that she just blocks this out to keep Halliday on strike. But what can she do? That'll be easier said than done against this bowling today. In and bowls. Squeeze. Oh, they're going to go through for 1 run. at the end of that over. 136 for 9. So Jonas decided she wants to keep a strike, or her mate Halliday did at the other end coming down. Well, whatever. But what are you doing then? If I may be so bold as to ask, with all that time.
So I have retrained as a financial advisor. So I'm just trying to, I guess, set up my own business and do something different. And yeah, like I said, it's really different. It's really nice. I'm at home a lot more. I can plan my life a bit more. I spend most of my weekends at cricket grounds and doing all of that stuff, which is all really nice. So yeah, complete change of pace.
Weekends at cricket grounds, you're saying, or not? No, none at all.
No,
none at all.
Unless it's by choice.
Yeah. Okay.
Which it hasn't been thus far. Apart from on a Saturday morning, I do our local village All Stars and Dynamos.
Well, it was funny you should mention that, because I was just thinking to myself, in this part of the world, as Charlie Dean's about to bowl again, look at those figures, 4 for 25 from 7 overs, started with 8th, driven up there to mid-on. I do hope, we saw close-ups of some younger, well, girls sitting in groups and cheering on England here today. I do hope there are a few of them managed to get from maybe a cricket club or two to see this one today. So obviously school term time, another lovely delivery, not too far away from the off stump, because at the club I get to see on the way things have just gone in the last couple of summers on Friday nights for them, Saturday mornings with you. It's just absolutely brilliant. Leans back, chopped down into the ground, Jonas. They'll go through for one. They'll have to be quick. Will they make it? Jonas running to, and seemingly not only taking her time, but wanting to go pretty much the long way to getting in at the other end. But she gets there. She moves to 137 for 9 midway through the 31st over. I imagine your numbers have been terrific, hopefully, as well at your club on a Saturday, yeah?
They've been pretty good. It's not been able to run for a couple of years just because they haven't had the kind of volunteers to help. So this is the first year for a while.
Next ball round the wicket in bowls, hit hard, firm and straight from Halliday. That's a 6. Oh, such joy for Halliday and for New Zealand as well. Crashing into the balls just down in front of us. They may be short of boundaries, that doesn't matter. She hit that really well, straight back over the top of the bowler's head, and just see how far that had got, just over the sponge and then into those balls that are going around the ground as well. That's a 6. That's helped New Zealand to 143 for 9. Goes back deep this time. Halliday having moved on to 38 dot ball with one ball left of the 31st over. Well, that's the thing. I mean, you do need to get momentum. You need the youngsters to come there and start talking at school about what's going on and all that sort of stuff, don't you? And get yourself down there. Halliday on 38 and leans back and played away out into the offside to cover point, and that will be just the one run to finish off that over. 144 for 9. Many thanks to Anya Shrubsole. We'll perhaps pick up that chat a little bit later on as well. But 31 overs gone of the 50. Oh, it's double change time, is it? Nothing personal, Frankie. Hello, welcome back. Oh gosh, what are you making of it all, Frankie?
You just had to get that in, didn't you?
What?
Just even the double change, you had to just slide in. How are you feeling with 144
I feel you're being
for
a bit
9?
harsh. I thought I asked it with very sensitive, empathetic tones.
There's been some good stuff in there. There has definitely. The start was great.
There'll be Ismail next.
Then it's fallen away considerably from there, but there's still a bit of hope. Brooke Halliday striking the ball well. She's looking to be a little bit more aggressive now against the spin. Of course, being 9 down, it's up to her.
Glenn in around the wicket and down the ground comes Halliday, kind of threat out into the offside, only reaches the fielder on the bounce out at long on, and there is no run. Halliday there, 39 from 49. Yeah, I thought Kevin was very polite there. I'm going to come in and go, what's going on there, Frankie?
Yeah, the wheels have not completely fallen off, but a couple of them certainly have.
Glenn in, and this is wide of off stump, and with the spin onto the back foot rocks Halliday, and she casts that into the offside out to the cover point sweeper, and indeed she's sent back after looking for to double up, but I think that was probably the right call there. Indeed it was. So yes, just the single there to Halliday. She moves to 40, 145 for 9. Well, if we're talking about a four-wheeled vehicle, if you lose 2, I think you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. yeah. I mean, that's probably sums it up best, isn't it? Just in a little bit of trouble here. It hasn't gone to plan, that's for sure. There's been some little bright spots throughout, but just not sustained for long enough.
Glenn over the wicket to the right-handed Jonas, who is lunging forwards and pushes it down to mid-on, no run. Yes, welcome to the world of sort of English euphemisms, where we try and dress up how bad something really, really is. Glenn in, and this is Fuller, and an attempted sweep there from Jonas, and almost sort of ends up playing two different kinds of shot onto her back foot, and only goes so far as mid-wicket, no run, 145 for 9. 2 balls left of this Glen over. Knight there at slip position. This is floated up and it's full, and I think there must have been some kind of bat on there because it was awfully close to an LBW shout. Glen has her hands on her head.
She's actually got very sound defence, Fran Jonas. She's not necessarily someone who's going to stand there and hit you all over the park and hit you for sixes, but she's actually got phenomenally good hand-eye.
Final ball, and this is flatter from Glen, and Jonas there showing that defence, solid as it may be. 32 overs gone, 145 for 9, and the spinners, well, really wrapping things up here for England. Charlie Dean has 4 wickets to her name, Sophie Eccleston 2, and I think Sophie Glenn looking to get in on the action as we take a drinks break here. It's certainly a warm, sunny day over in Chester Street. 32 overs gone, and England really starting to put the pressure on New Zealand. And it's a particularly tricky time in New Zealand women's cricket, I feel, because they made a decision a few years ago to invest in youth and to give central contracts to sort of some of those young guns coming through. And so a lot of people started to retire, and so we've got, really got only the real stalwarts of the old guard of Susie Bates, Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine in there. But I guess 2 to 3 years after having made that decision and that investment, you want to see a return. And that's perhaps, dare I suggest, what's lacking from this New Zealand team is seeing those results both in the international competitions but also these bilateral series. Is that right? We put the investment in. Where's the return from New Zealand cricket?
And that is probably very fairly summed up. It was a pretty tough time after the home World Cup. Of course, the New Zealand side had the opportunity to host the last 50 over World Cup and didn't get through to knockout stages, so didn't get through to semi-finals, and at the back end of that there were a lot of players moved on and shown the door with the emphasis that there was going to be a few years until the next big World Cup cycle where they all fell very close together, and so it was the time to get youth in, and so there was an injection of some young players of 19, 20-year-olds.
2022, wasn't it? Late 2022. So we're nearing the 2-year mark.
We're just 2 years into it, and so that's exactly right. You're starting to get to the stage that you're expecting to see results, you're expecting to see performances, but these players are still super young. I mean, Fran Jonas, who's out in the middle at the moment, she's 20 years old. Georgia Plummer opening the batting, 20 years old. Izzy Gaze, now the first choice wicketkeeper and only genuine wicketkeeper in the squad for this tour. She's again 20, so there is that expectation because there's been a little bit of time in the saddle and a lot of investment put into them, but you're still looking at them, and I don't want to be too harsh with it, but they're kids. They're so young that they're still learning their craft, and having to do that at the international level is pretty tough going, and it takes some really impressive characters to be able to do that. So there's going to be the odd time where there's some little wobbles and some inconsistencies that come with it, or getting situations wrong just because of the age of some players, but yeah, you want to see some progression while the old heads are still there.
We're back on the park, as is Charlie Dean, bowling to Brooke Halliday, is rocking onto her back foot, trying to punch this into the offside. Doesn't get past point, and there is no run. 145 for 9. Dean herself, only 23 years of age, on the cusp of a 5 for here. 4 wickets already to her name. Halliday there on strike on 40, down the track, and then she rocks back into her crease, a little bit caught in between two minds there. Halliday just manages to guide it. Point, no run, 145 for 9. So I guess that, we're always looking for answers and problem-solving things, but in a way it's sort of just back off maybe. But it's going to take some time, and we're not there yet, as Dean is around the wicket. Flatter, and this one's carved again into the offside, but there was definitely a single there as it's evaded cover point and out to the cover boundary rider, but I think Halliday, who's the woman on 40, the senior partner here, is going to try and keep hold of the strike, especially while Dean is bowling. She's into her 9th over, her figure's 4 for 33, slip in play. She's about to start her run up. She's stopped by the umpire, Rob White. There's a bit of commotion behind the bowler's arm, I'm not quite sure Amy Jones takes her glove off, surveying the scene. Indeed, Halliday is the striker and just waiting, not quite happy, but is now in her stance. So Dean around the wicket, right arm round, and down the track comes Halliday, thick inside edge. Didn't really know where that one went. It does streak out to mid-wicket, but again she turns down the single.
And this is one of these exact situations where having to try and farm the strike. So Halliday looking for 2s and 4s, and then at the back end of the over looking for a single to keep the strike. But it's a situation she actually won't have had to do a lot of traditionally in her domestic team. It bats right at the very top of the order, so that it becomes a situation that you're then again having to learn, having to deal with at the international game.
Dean around the wicket and a sweep shot, nice and low there from Halliday. I think she'll get a 4 for it. She does. Backward of square, nicely pulled around the corner, and Halliday moves to 44. And I believe New Zealand into 149, so on the cusp of the 150 mark, 149 for 9.
And that's just good batting. That's really good, trying to be proactive, find space from Halliday, and gets a slight loosener from Charlie Dean, maybe trying to do too much, sliding down the leg side and able to tuck it away to the vacant, very backward of square region.
Final ball then from this Charlie Dean over, and played watchfully into the offside, and now scramble a single, and it means that Halliday gets the run, retains the strike, and New Zealand reach their 150, so 33 overs gone. New Zealand 150 for 9. Halliday there doing a sterling job. 45 from 57, and Jonas at the other end 2 from 12. And I think about New Zealand's results over the last last year or so. We saw that kind of historic series victory for Pakistan coming over to New Zealand. England had pretty good results as well in their series victory, and it's going to be a hard tour here of England, certainly. And I think yesterday we heard Sophie Devine saying in the press conference that even the World Cup that they're looking forward to, the T20 World Cup in October in Bangladesh, is going to be a tough one. So already saying that far out, and I guess there's an element of expectation management.
Yeah, there has to be, I think, at this stage.
As Glenn is already top of her mark, and this one's a big heave-ho high into the end of the offside, and that should have been caught by point. Lauren Bell running in. She was backwards of point indeed. There was a bit of a mix-up as to who was actually going to call for it, get the ball, and in the end it was, she was running, she got there in the end, and it kind of just went straight through. That should have been an England wicket, quite frankly. It was a toe end of the bat, big heave-ho from Jonas, didn't get hold of it at all, and England will rue that one, but in the scheme of things, they're well on top. So 152 for 9, and this one's swept by Halliday, and that's nicely done for 4. Backward of square, too fine for any fielder to get to, and it means that Halliday moves to her half century, and that's a really well struck one at that. It's been a difficult innings for New Zealand, but she really has been both the anchor but also done it at quite the rate. 51 from 59 balls, her fifth 50 in 30 ODIs. New Zealand 156 for 9.
She's been a real bright spot in the innings today, and started pretty shakily. She'd be the first one to admit that, but has really been able to get into her work and get into her innings, and now we're seeing some of the stroke play that she is most known for in this middle order of the New Zealand side.
Glenn in, and this one's a big hoik into the onside, and there's going to be a fielder underneath it. Mid-wicket should get to it indeed. Heather Knight does. Falling forward, diving forward. It was swirling in that bright Durham air for a little while, but she watched it carefully as she so often does. And Knight holds on to it, and it means that final wicket is that of Halliday. She departs with 51, and New Zealand are all out for 156.
Yeah, tough ask. Had got to the stage that 9 down, and so having to look to be aggressive, having to try and pick up boundaries. It was 2s and 4s that she was after, and the frustration is evident. She played really well throughout, Brooke Halliday, and to me she really is the glue of this New Zealand middle order. When she is playing well, with the left-handed option as well, it just creates something different for this New Zealand side, takes a lot of pressure off the top of the order, and you just feel it's just the ability to get 1 or 2 more partnerships around there. A great innings from her, 51 off 60, but you feel there needed to be another person or another 2 people with 50 next to their name, and that would probably have been a fitting result for what looks like a pretty quality surface.
Yeah, it does indeed. New Zealand won the toss. They decided to go and have a bat. They knew that it was dry conditions. They'd had a look at the pitch yesterday, and spin was certainly going to come into it, but Heather Knight, England captain, wanted a bat as well first. It was there for the taking. Conditions were going their way. And New Zealand got off to a fly after the first 3 overs. They had put 27 on the board, but then Susie Bates fell for 16. Their big name players, Amelia Kearney made 10, Sophie Devine 13. And it was the introduction of Sophie Eccleston, the left-arm spinner, that made the breakthrough to those first 2 wickets. But it was Charlie Dean, really. She picked up 4 for 38 from her 9 overs and making regular inroads. In fact, the only person to surpass 30 in that New Zealand innings was that of Brooke Halliday, coming in at number 6. She made 51 from 59, and we saw there falling the last wicket to fall as she had a lot of overs to play for, but not enough wickets. Regular intervals, they were all falling for New Zealand, and it means that after less than 34 overs, they made 156. Just looking at those figures then from England, Lauren Bell opened the bowling, no wicket for 28 from 3, so you can see just how fast it was falling. It was flying away at the beginning of that New Zealand innings. Lauren Filer, another tall seamer, 1 for 18 from 5. Nat Silverbrunt, 1 for 19 from 5, but the damage was done by the spinners. That trio, Eccleston, 2 for 28 from her 7. Charlie Dean, 4 for 38 from 9, and then Sarah Glenn getting in on the act right at the end, 1 for 20 in under 5 overs. So New Zealand, 156 all out. It'll be interesting to see how England approach that chase, but certainly they'll be feeling confident.
New Zealand have disappointed themselves. 156 all out. It's only the first match of this series, mind you. This looked a really good surface, and they made a good start, but then the introduction of the spinners, and it really seriously was their undoing. They will be mightily disappointed with that, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they got off to a really good start, helped by a little bit of wayward England bowling, but once we got out of the power play, an unfortunate run out for Plimmer, who looked quite good for her 29, and then from that point on it was a bit of a procession, started by Sophie Eccleston and finished off by Charlie Dean.
And from an England, we look at the low score, and I asked you, and you said you've got to give England some credit out there as well, though, because we must not take this for granted, that this bowling attack and the variety that England have on offer at the moment is quite exceptional.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, and you add Kate Cross back into that, who gives you a bit more control, which is probably the only thing that you would say England were lacking up top. You add a Lauren Bell who's really firing, and we know when she's at her best what a weapon she can be with that in swing. She's a real wicket taking bowler. You've got Lauren Filer there. People who aren't here, you've got Mahika Gore, who's played earlier in the summer, who's a really promising left arm swing bowler. Rihanna McDonald-Gay, who's been added to the squad, is a really exciting prospect. So Freya Kemp is hopefully coming back towards bowling this summer as well, and Danny Gibson as well. So England have lots of people not in the squad as well, but they've got options in the seam department, and they'll need all those options moving forward.
Felt for Brooke Halliday, because she was the last wicket out, and I was really impressed by that knock. About 51 of 60 balls, 7 fours and 1 6. Most of that innings played in the knowledge that time was going to run out on her very, very quickly. Had a very difficult first over. That was up against Charlie Dean, I think, was the first over. But then batted differently, came out, and that was a really good knock in the end for that 51, because if wickets hadn't been falling all around her, that could easily turn into a really big score. I thought the way she was batting.
Yeah, absolutely, and she, I think, has set a really good example there for the rest of the New Zealand top/middle order, potentially how to go about playing these spinners. Like you say, she first over got trapped on the crease a lot, didn't look like she was going anywhere, but she really quickly adjusted, came at the ball, hit a couple of really nice boundaries down the ground, and was also able to pick up those ones, get the ball out to the cover sweeper quite a lot, and put some pressure back on those England spinners, because that's what it's about. It's about finding a way to do that. Otherwise they will just bowl and bowl and bowl and do what they did today. So I think Halliday has set an example for the rest of her New Zealand teammates moving forward.
We hear a lot about mindset, about attacking and positive. Do you see this as an opportunity for England just to go out there and blitz here, or do you think they'll be a bit more careful and circumspect about it all? Now, obviously, expect them to back themselves to get the runs, but you think they'll set out to be extremely positive, bearing in mind it's just such a low targeted chase?
I think that's the way they want to play their cricket, and this is obviously a really good opportunity to do that without pressure of kind of a big total on the board. I think they'll want to be positive and put some pressure on New Zealand here first up.
Okay, well, the countdown is on. It's down to 3, 2 and 1, and at that point the umpire will drop her arm and allow Molly Penfold to bowl for the first time. England need just 157. That's pushed into the offside for no run. Tammy Beaumont and Maya Boucher are the opening pair here for England on still a glorious day. I mean, that's the other big thing, of course. I've said a few times this summer, the weather's glorious. And no ball, thank you. I'm going to blame the fact that right in the middle of my eye line was the stanchion. But anyway, that's not a great start. But what I was going to say is that we've spoken before of how the weather's been quite nice, but it's lasted 2 hours. Today it's lasted a whole day. In fact, it's lasted 3 days. And it continues to be an absolute picture looking out of this ground here. Anyway, no ball. And a free hit, therefore, right at the start, and Beaumont makes the most of it. That's got the crowd up on their feet already. Although, that's going to be a 4. Do you know, I was following the line of that. I was certain I was going to go into the nets the other side of that boundary. There's a magnet there that pulled that down somehow. I really thought she got hold of that brilliantly.
I think it maybe got a little bit high on the bat. Penfold's quite a tall bowler, and I think maybe she's hitting ever so slightly into the wind. Let's give her a bit there.
It was flying, and then all of a sudden, down it went. Anyway, that's 5 for no wicket already after 1 legitimate ball. The target 157. Tammy Beaumont faces now. She's got 4, and she's going to get another boundary here along the ground this time. Yes, she is. That one had a real class and quality about it straight up. I mean, forget all the big hitting and whether it's going to be skied all the way over the boundary and all sorts. I really enjoy that. I mean, it's this little swivel and a full round, but that looked to be real control as well. Moves to 8.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot by Tammy. It's not where you want to bowl to Tammy Beaumont. I'll try not to make too many comments about her height because she won't like it, but she obviously is on the shorter side.
Perfect is what I think is the word you're looking for.
So anything back of a length, she is so quick onto.
Okay. I think it's about my height. Next delivery. That's played away down towards fine leg. Scamper through for 1.
Would she take diminutive?
I think she would. I'm only stating facts.
It's a big word to try and get out that, though, Phil. I mean, well done to you for doing so.
Out today.
I think I'd still go titch or small, to be honest with you. Anyway, go on. You got something?
Yeah, the diminutive Tammy Beaumont. Yeah, she could do with a bit of a knock here. Since her 100 against South Africa at Leicester a couple of years ago, averages 23.3 in the last 16 innings. Obviously, been a bit of a mainstay. Sophia Dunkley brought back in to the squad.
Boucher could face her first ball of the afternoon, and that's a wide. So not the greatest of first overs here. Molly Penfold opening up from the Finkel end. That's the same end if you've not been at the ground that we broadcast from. The wonderful tree line a little bit further on the other side is the Lumley Castle end. And go further on, you go into the areas of Washington and to Gateshead into Newcastle, all the way up there. And it's Finkel end, and back down that way it's Durham, the actual wonderful city of Durham. That's the way we're positioned here at Chester Street at the Riverside ground. As Boucher faces again, does get bat on it this time, but up towards mid-off and no run. So we are expecting that England will be able to get these runs. For me, I'm interested in the style and the approach they have. I'm interested in the response that New Zealand can show there with the bowling. They may not make it a formality. Who knows? It's just that take a look at this surface, and it doesn't look as though it's got anything really untowards in it. And we know that the strength of the bowling attack, and we know that New Zealand are sort of rebuilding. They're finding again. They've got a lot of young players in their team. This is one of them. Next delivery is played straight to cover point for Boucher, and she can't get the ball away. And at the look of a batter there, I was thinking, hold on, my mate down the other end, she seemed to find the boundary all right, and I'm pushing hard here and can't find the gaps. 1 ball left of this first over on the run chase. 11 for no wicket. And again, she turns just on the edge of the circle to begin her approach. Tall figure. Penfold looking for a wicket or a dot ball even to finish off this over, and she's found neither. It's the boundary, and that will please Boucher, because that is another glorious stroke actually out there on the offside. 4 to finish, and a strong start made by England in this relatively modest target they're chasing of 157. They're underway with a few boundaries, a couple of boundaries along the way. That races along the way. Bless you, whoever that was sneezing. That's not good at this time of the year. But yeah, terrific stuff. She'll be pleased with the contact she made there.
Absolutely, you want to get a boundary away early if you can. Penfold had been on the shorter side. That overlooked like she tried to get it a bit fuller, but of too much width, and batter of Boucher's quality isn't going to miss out. I'm really intrigued to see this kind of matchup. Jess Kerr is a brilliant bowler, big in-swingers, and if I was to say there's probably a weakness for both of these two, it's the ball coming back in towards the stumps, and she'll be looking for kind of bold, and particularly LBW against Tammy here.
Jess Kerr then, 15 for no wicket are England after that first over. And that one does come back in, and it's almost like you know what you're talking about there. Almost, if you don't mind me saying, as if you'd seen into the future. Oh dear, he's terrible sneezes down there. I'm quite worried for whoever it is sneezing just down below us. Remember the crowd? Oh, it is as well. It's remember the crowd got the
high
sneezes.
pollen count maybe today.
Must be. It's 3 sneezes in the space of a minute. Beaumont on 9. Ooh, and as well. Again, Kerr here, it looks different, doesn't it? It looks very different first up at the start of this over. Quality bowling. And an air of a bowler there just making her way back to her mark and thinking, this is all right. 2 really good first up balls here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Inside edge onto the pads there on that one.
I'm really surprised she didn't bowl the first over, to be honest. She's New Zealand's senior bowler. Really good matchup to Tammy, just to set the tone a bit more.
Well, the tone has changed here. Let's see if Bowman can change that here, because she's a bit more of a flourish, but can't get it past the fielder in the offside. You could see there was a bit more intent there. She wanted to take it back a little bit more at the bowler on that occasion, but couldn't get it away.
Straight away the keeper's up to the stumps, and I think this is a really good option. Tammy, one of the things that Tammy will have been thinking about to negate that swing is to get down the pitch, get outside the line of off stump, kind of take Bold and LBW out of the game. New Zealand keepers recognise that, new bowlers recognise that, and the keeper is straight up to the stumps. So Tammy
ODI these days, not the T20s, so this is her chance to keep showing the wonderful skills that she's got on show and available, and has done for many years for England. Of course, that scarf behind square on the offside and no run. I think I saw her make her debut, but I don't want to look it up because it'll be far too many years ago for me.
When she first started out, Tammy was primarily a keeper. She came in as a keeper quite a lot and batted a fair old way down the order. I think she's batted everywhere from 1 to 9 for England in her career.
Wow. Well, here, very much the opener. She's on 9, and that's squeezed through. This has been a really good over.
I can tell you about Tammy Beaumont. She's batted at 1, 2, 5, 6, 8, 10 and 11 for England.
Well, so there were 9 in there, not necessarily in...
there were 7 in
7,
there.
okay.
7 in there, yeah.
Right.
11. Ridiculous.
Well, Sophie Devine has batted at all positions from 1 to 11 for New Zealand.
Also ridiculous.
What circumstance was she batted 11? She's got the wrong ground or something? Driven out there to extra cover. Beats the fielder. Let's go through for 1.
I think they've both batted at 11 on their debuts.
Okay.
You're the new girl.
Well, they shouldn't really work that way. They should. 16 for no wicket after 2 overs, chasing 157. Tammy Beaumont not batting at 11 today. He's on 10. Boucher on 4.
I'm worried I could have been playing in her debut game and somehow she was batting below me, but that can't have been true.
Are you able to do the... thank you. I mean, I could, but as soon as I start pressing any more than one button on this computer at any one time, I'll be gone. Next is due to come in Heather Knight, Nat Sibber-Brunt, Danny Wyatt, Amy Jones, Charlie Dean. Charlie Dean took 4 wickets today. Terrific return again from Charlie. Though Eccleston's 2 early wickets in her spell after that run out, they were all part of the arrest of what was a good start made by New Zealand. Penfold's going to continue. Went for 15 runs in the first over, so she's going to try again. In from the Finkel end, in and bowls width this time, and Beaumont is just happy to leave that past the off stump.
She batted at number 10 on her debut. Isha Guha was at number 11 below. Ebony Rain for Brent opening the batting for England that day.
What dates, times, venues?
We're in the West Indies. We're in.
I didn't see the debut then.
Yeah, we're in 2009. England playing in against the West Indies, lost by 40 runs in Basseterre.
I wouldn't have been sent over to that part of the world. I was Wormsley trying to get a signal back to the BBC. Next delivery. Ooh, inside, just pulled the pass inside the line there. Through to the keeper. I mean, I love Wormsley. I really do like Wormsley, but there was a time when it wasn't the easiest of places to work from. And there was a complete outage on, I know I can't name the provider because I might get into trouble, there was a complete outage on the phone that day and everything. So do you know what I did? I'm just going to sit here and enjoy the cricket, and I did.
Why not?
For the rest of the day, but been there a few times for Wormsley. It's a lovely spot. It is a nice spot. 16 for no wicket then, and defended full face of the bat. Better from Penfold this time. Beaumont. I mean, it is better, but also after you've received perhaps an over, as they've just done from Kerr, the batters, and it was primarily Beaumont, of course. You've gone out there with that confidence at the start of the chase, but you've had a really good over from someone at the other end. They've asked a few questions of you. I'm sure there's probably just a little bit more of, let's be a bit more careful maybe this over as well. But that takes nothing away from Penfold. She has improved. It's over with bowling. We're midway through the third over, which is interval to Beaumont now. Beaumont on 10. I think about a push and a run, but plenty of noise you can hear and energy out there from New Zealand in the field. There's no such thing as a perfect performance, but one of the things about England's performance, maybe they'll be thinking of, so just sharpen up just a little bit on the ground fielding. The drop catches, I can't think of, were there drop catches?
A couple they didn't reach.
More, yeah. And I'm being, hypercritical here. I'm just saying, if you're looking for areas in that, it is a small target, 157. The bowling was good, but just a little bit sharper in the field as this series goes on. And Penfold again in and bowls. Now I'm going to say that Tammy ducked out of the way of that one. Are you happy with that?
I mean,
she
moved. She ducked underneath it, and it was a wide that went some way over her head, given her diminutive stature.
Yeah, well, maybe, but she still had to duck a little, okay, to get out of the way of it. I don't want you saying she just stood her ground and it was a wide. Just see just a little shot there of what's behind the building we're in. It also looks lovely out the back there as well. Beaumont can't get that one away on the leg side. So this is much tighter from Penfold, only one run coming from it. What you tend to realise when you're in this end of the ground in this building, you just see all the sports facilities at the back. There's an athletics track, and football clubs come down here, and professional football clubs and do their training and that sort of thing. We had a higher shot, just looking again, just a little bit probably further on towards the Priory, Finkel Priory, and a bit beyond us as well, behind where we're watching now. Oh dear, Molly's unhappy that Tammy's keeping her waiting. Not overly so, but there's a little bit of a sigh. Come on, Tammy. Tammy Beaumont on 10, and the last ball of the over, and that's played through square leg, and they will get one. Tammy will get one. She moves up to 11, and that is now 18 for no wicket after
we've already given away
overs.
2 signed England caps today.
Penfold with just the 2 runs coming from that, so she'll be much happy with that. So 15 from the first, 2 from that one there. So 18 for no wicket, 3 of 50 overs gone. Not that they'll be required one way or another. For 157 as a target. Beaumont on 11. Boucher has only faced 3 balls compared with Beaumont's 16. Boucher is on 4. Well, that was a lovely shot to the boundary, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. She's just not got on strike. Tammy's done some pretty good counting. Got herself a 1 off the last ball of the over, so she's ready to face up again.
And it's going to be Kerr again. This will be interesting. Just 1 run coming from that first over. That was a great little tussle, and I guess we're going to get the same again. What's Tammy going to do this time? Actually, she's been offered a bit of width, and she's made the most of it. Glorious cut there through cover point into the sponge. That's 4 runs. She'll be happy with that. Delighted with that. Because that first over that she faced from Kerr gave her plenty to think about. 2 wide, or was actually Tammy onto that? Maybe there wasn't. There was some width. I mean, Tammy still was onto it really quickly, wasn't she? And she moves to 15. Next ball bowled and defended back up to the bowler. I should stop calling her Tammy. I mean, it's almost like I'm calling her Oprah. First name only. But I don't know, something about Tammy. I feel I can call her Tammy. As a Beaumont sounds far too official.
I think you can.
Yeah.
I don't think she'd mind.
No. Well, I don't care whether she minds. I'm just saying, well, what's right or wrong? Anyway, Tammy Beaumont is on 15 not out at the moment. 22 for no wicket. 2 balls into the 4th over. Kerr will now bowl, and that's into the offside, up towards extra cover. And no run. She's wriggling out that right hand. It must have taken a bit of a blow, or maybe a bit of a jar up the bat handle or something at one point. I didn't see anything that struck her on the glove. But
I think it was one of the balls in Penfold's over that just bounced a bit and got a bit tight. I think it might have wrapped her on the glove.
So, Kerr, from the start of her run-up at the far end, and comes in now to bowl to Beaumont. And again, classic defensive, very respectful into the offside. She goes off for a bit of a wander. There's seemingly a bit of a breeze blowing, but I'm not too sure. No, I'm looking at the trees there. There is a breeze blowing, and it's keeping maybe temperatures around about the 20 mark, something like 20, 21, as opposed to what maybe they might be 25, 26 if we didn't have that breeze. So very welcome breeze blowing across the venue. Next ball bowled and worked away nicely by Beaumont. Useful wrist out there through mid-wicket. She gets a single for that. And takes her to 16, and the England scored at 23 for no wicket. We're in the power play, of course, and the power play was a good one for New Zealand by and large. Did lose 1 wicket in there, but England would be wanting, even though they've only got 157 to chase, they'll be wanting a good strong statement to be sent out from the power play. 10 overs, 23 for no wicket, 1 ball left of the 4th over. And once again, it's Jessica coming in to bowl, and that's on the off stump, just dabbed away really. Boucher, but straight to the field. That completes that over. So guess what? Tammy Beaumont back on strike again. 23 for no wicket after 4 overs. The target is 157. Beaumont 60. Boucher on 4. 1 more over, and then I'll be taking my break. You decided you didn't turn your nose up at it exactly, but decided that perhaps at this time of the afternoon the old lasagna wasn't for you.
Well, I popped out the back and found a nice little Greek food truck and got myself some lunch after my first stint, which was, I don't know, about 1:30.
Oh, yeah.
I then felt like 3:15 lasagna was maybe
too much,
maybe overkill.
Maybe
and I know
so.
I've retired and those sorts of things don't matter, but
well,
3:15 lasagna was not for me.
Okay. Well, I might still go and get some after this next over. And once again, there's no change. Penfold is to continue, and that's round about Midland leg, helped on its way very fine by Tammy Beaumont. That's going to be 4 runs. Yep, 4 runs. Got back on that, just a little tickle away. Smiles from Tammy Beaumont and from England at 24 for no wicket in the 5th over.
Yeah, just a little bit too straight from Molly Penfold, and easy pickings for Tammy. That fine leg's quite wide out on that boundary, and as we've said all day, this outfield's pretty quick, pretty short, and it's just run away.
Well, it is now. I mean, that's one of the things the ground staff here have had problems with at the start of the year, like a lot of ground staff up and down the country with the weather we've had. In the 5th over, worked away not so fine this time, more square on the onside and just a single. So Tammy Beaumont moves to 21, but I've turned up on the morning of matches and they've still been trying to cut the grass because, well, this is supposed to be a cricket program, not Gardener's World. But as we all know, if you get the heat and the rain together, that grass just keeps on growing. And that's been a bit of a problem. But here today, God, it looks immaculate. It's just terrific. And as we say, it's not quite glass-like, but it is going along the ground really, really quickly. Boucher on 4. Seemingly doesn't know a lot about that, so much so that Tammy Beaumont has to scream at her. No. Let's go through for the round. She didn't really, I think, know too much about it, going just behind her, down towards the wicket-keeper. And then Tammy Beaumont, being the good batting partner that she is, just points out to Boucher that the fielder that was standing there at square leg has now gone deeper. So much deeper, it's right on the boundary out there on that leg side.
Short ball coming.
And
is my guess.
It's Penfold to Boucher in, and this is in the air. It's gone in that direction, but it's right through mid-wicket, not square, and that's going to be 4 runs. Terrific stuff. Terrific on the field. terrific off it as well, because although I know it's not the greatest when a fielder gets sent out, that you suspect that's going to happen, but God, that's at least 3 predictions you've had which have been nailed on here, Anya. Nailed on. But never mind that. Where she then placed it though, so she did go leg side, but nowhere near the fielders.
Yeah, it didn't quite get up as much as I think Penfold was hoping. I think she wants that more up around shoulder, head high, but it was more chest high, and Boucher was so quick onto that. Pulled it more through deep mid wicket than deep square leg where that fielder is now.
Yeah. And they're staying there. See if anything maybe come a little closer. So that's the second boundary of this over. This one has gone fine on the leg side, down towards fine legs. So Boucher will pick up 1, take her score to 9. And England up to 33 for no wicket now. 1 ball left of this 5th over. 157 the target. Got a dot ball in there, but a couple of 4s. It's been a good over. I mean, it should be. This is the power play. You want to try and find those gaps so that the fielder's up and get it past them, find the spaces. So once again, Penfold is to her mark, and off she runs away from us into Beaumont on 21. Back into the pads. LBW appeal, but surely too high you're going? Yeah. And the umpire agrees with you. So 5 overs gone, 33 for no wicket after 5 overs. Target 157, Beaumont 21, Boucher on 9. I believe you're doing a little bit of overtime for another 5 or 10 minutes. And yeah, well done you. I'm not. I'm off. Isabel will be here in a second or two's time. But your thoughts on the first 5 overs?
Couldn't have been much of a better start for England, to be honest, and it's kind of mirrored the start of the New Zealand innings, a tale of 2 ends. At one end, Penfold has struggled a little bit. I think she's gone for 26 or 27 off her 3 overs. At the other end, Jessica has caused a lot more problems and kept things really tight. So England will be thrilled with this start. New Zealand will be desperate to see the back of 1 or 2 of these England batters.
I think that's certainly the case as my Boucher on strike, and just back into her crease, playing it out into the covers. No run. Kerr really, keeping the wrap on these England batters who really they're willing to fire out of the starting block, and you can see that from the other side, making hay where they can. But Jessica certainly being very economical, and goodness me, do New Zealand need it at present. Defending just 156 as this is defended once more by Beaumont, happy to watchfully play it in front of her into the offside. She's 9 from 9. Sorry, Boucher at 9 from 9. Beaumont on the other end, 21 from 24 into the 6th over. I mean, we saw New Zealand race away after their first 3 to 27. All looked pretty glorious. Nice batting deck as well, but the wickets kept tumbling. Constant intervals as Kerr is in, and again forward defending is Boucher. And to be honest, England have the luxury of being able to just play watchfully to one end.
They do have that luxury. Whether they have that patience or that want to do that is another matter. I think they'll still want to get after the bowlers if they can. They'll be trying to think of ways that they can put pressure back onto Jessica here and not just let her run up and bowl.
Boucher, tall figure, taps her bat and waits, and this is all played into the onside. It really did ping off the bat, but didn't get hold of it entirely. Out to mid-wicket for a single. She moves to double digits, up to 10. England 34 without loss. Yes, you say that comment about patience with a wry smile. Somebody who's been in this situation before, certainly as a bowler, watching your side bat and thinking, I can put my feet up now. Then all of a sudden you've got your pads on.
It's a bad day if I've got my pads on.
Has been known to happen. Here comes Kerr running towards us, and this is full and carved into the offside. Beautiful shot from Tammy Beaumont. That'll be 4. In between the extra cover and mid-off fielder, and Kerr there just slightly over pitching, throws her head to the heavens, but that was a classic Beaumont drive. She enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was a brilliant shot from Tammy. Little bit full, little bit of width, but put away, and she knew it was 4 straight off the bat.
Yeah, 4 more runs this England total, 38 for no wicket, and this one's defended back at the bowler on the bounce. Doesn't take it cleanly, but it's still a dot ball to end it, and that'll be 6 overs gone. It's rather ruining Jessica's figures, that last boundary. She's now 3 overs in, no wickets down, but 11 on the board. England 38 without loss. Boucher and Beaumont. I think they enjoy. I'm quite enjoying this opening partnership. It's been like that for about a year or so. They've tried to cement that top 5, 6 for England. It's always a question mark, and I think certainly over looking at the Pakistan series, both the ODIs and the T20s, there was only one real innings of each. I think Danny Wyatt in the T20 series got just a half century, and then that wonderful innings by Nat Sivabrant, 1-2-4 not out in that final game against Pakistan. Otherwise, it's been a little bit inconsistent from England's top orders, so they'll be looking for that. Well, we're always searching for consistency, but certainly a settled top 5, 6.
Yeah, definitely. I think they'll obviously won all of the games in that Pakistan series, but definitely as a batting unit they'll look back and think there are things that they could have done differently, things they could have done better, and they've started really well here.
Boucher on strike as new bowler in is Hannah Rowe, right arm over, tall, fast bowler in front of us, and that's played into the offside again. Defended, no run, just happy to see the lay of the land. Phil, you've got some...
Yeah, the 7th time these two have opened together for England. They first batted opening against Sri Lanka at Leicester last year. Their opening partnership so far 5-0, and then in New Zealand 37-20, Pakistan 45 and 35. This partnership so far worth 38. Sorry.
Rowe into Boucher onto her back foot. It stayed really low there, as she tries to punch it through the covers. Doesn't beat the fielder. No run.
There's no doubt in my mind that this is England's best opening batting combination. Tammy has proved her class over a number of years, and Maya Boucher I think technically is one of the best players in England, and I'm really pleased to see her getting a good run here at the top of the order.
Boucher, tall figure, crouching down, Rowe into her, and she tries to pull that into the onside. It straightens up a little, and mid-on is onto it, and there is no run. 38 for no wicket. I remember watching, Maya came into, I guess, county cricket when I was at Middlesex, and she burst on as a sort of tall left-arm seamer, but a few issues with the action meant that she concentrated more on the batting, and I mean, she's an all-round athlete. Certainly, as Rowe is in towards her, orange heels, and that is an errant ball, and a really good stop by the keeper, lunging, diving, full stretch to her left, because that was a very wide delivery indeed, and called as much, 39 without loss.
Feels like it should almost be a double
wide. What's going on there? It was almost off the pitch. Goodness me.
Gazers has helped to make Hannah Rowe out a lot there.
Yeah, I mean, she's pretty lucky not to have been given 5 wides there, because that was a full stretch dive by the keeper. Well done her, as this is outside off stump. This one's a better line and reaches point on the bounce, and there is no run. 39 for no wicket. Now, we heard a lot from Heather Knight about experimentation in this series, but I feel in a way it's a chance to just get all their ducks in a row, considering the winter that they'll have ahead as well, knowing that this is a young and experienced New Zealand side, that the ODIs don't count towards the championship. There's Rowe away from us, back of her legs, pulled into the onside, and that's 4. Between mid wicket and the vacant square leg, that was a lovely full flush of the bat, and a little bit too short there from the bowler, and Boucher has taken advantage. She moves to 14.
Yeah, great shot again by Maya Boucher, back of a length from Hannah Rowe. It just kind of sat up and said hit me, and Boucher put that away. And yeah, I'd imagine we'll see these two open the batting. They'll really want to cement this partnership. I wonder whether it will be more in the T20s with an eye to that World Cup, as to if we'll see a little bit more kind of experimentation.
Rowe into Boucher, full, and played off the toes by Boucher. Down to fine legs. She retains the strike, therefore, at the end of that over. She picks up a single. She moves to 15, and England are 44 without loss. 7 overs gone, and they're only chasing 156.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good start from England. They'll be pleased with how this has gone. Both batters look good so far. And just as I say that and leave, they'll probably both get out this over.
Thank you very much to Anya Shrubsole, former England opening bowler. A few words to say about some of the bowling that we've seen to open up the innings from New Zealand. Very frugal stuff from Jess Kerr at the Lumley end, but it's been a bit errant and wayward from the Finkel end, and I think we're going to continue. Jess Kerr as Ebony Raver Brent settles in beside me, and this one's a thick outside edge, runs along the ground to short third, and there is no run, 44 for no wicket. How's it going?
Yeah, good. Well, this is a good batting surface, I think. A lot of batters will be looking at lips in the conditions, the sunshine, and a decent bounce. One or two have stayed low, but generally you can really let your hands go through the line. So these two enjoying themselves.
Kerr into Boucher, high back left, and this is picked off her hips into the onside, aerial for a moment, but on the bounce to the fielder out at mid wicket on the boundary, saunters through for just the single, 45 without loss. They seem pretty comfortable, this England side.
I think the other thing that they've got going for them, I like that Dunkley's been added back to the squad and just a sort of depth of players, but also it keeps you sharp, knowing that, you know, if you're an opening bat, there are alternatives around, so you really want to dig deep and capitalise.
Beaumont waits and places into the onside, sets off for a single, but is turned back by Boucher, and rightly so, because mid-on is onto it like a flash, no run.
Yeah, so they're set well, and hopefully they had a good lunch like Phil Long did. Sat next to him doing a voiceover as he was wafting garlic bread in front of my...
You were truly tested during that voice.
I was tested.
You had an audience, phones going off, lasagna coming in. I mean, these things are meant to test us. Here is Kerr into Beaumont, playing that watchfully, defending.
The other thing I was thinking, I like the look of the New Zealand bowlers. I think they've got to string things together in terms of lines of length. But you look at Penfold, I like Kerr, who's got swing. You look at Rowe, who's got bounce. They have got tools that I think...
The ingredients are there.
Yeah.
You've just got to find that final cake.
Bake it well or whatever you do.
Kerr in, and this one's thrashed back down the ground, but doesn't really get hold of it, does Beaumont. There is no run. Well, I'm glad that you know that one must bake a cake before one eats it. It's a good start.
I don't really cook much.
Shock.
Yeah, I've got a machine thing that cooks.
Sorry, wait. Can we just roll back there? You have a machine thing that cooks?
Yeah, it's like a robot. They're amazing. Aggers has one as well, by the way, so I'm putting that out there. If he says I've made you a nice meal.
Kerr is in, and this is pulled into the onside, and a good hand to it by mid-wicket fielding inside the circle. Stops it going to the boundary, but it is a quick single that England scarper through for. So end of the 8th over, 46 without loss, and I want to hear much more about this thing that cooks by Ebony Raver Brent. Oh wait, Phil, we have actual cricket stats.
Well, no, I'm interested to hear about this robot.
Yeah, it's amazing. So Aggers has one as well. So if he says I've cooked you a nice, name anything, you know that it's gone through his cooking robot. But basically it's like, it's got a touch screen in it, which can connect to your local supermarket.
Oh, I thought so. Well, we're going to interrupt this intriguing story about your robot cooking appliance because we have a no ball, and it means that the over is not yet ended.
Oh, she's got options here.
She does. So I'm just looking. We've got a fielder out the mid-wicket boundary as Kerr is in, and this one's back over the bowler's head, and I think that'll be 4. Yes, one bounce 4. That was a glorious stroke there from Beaumont. Really kept her shape. It's one of those where she really could have just gone for the big heave-ho, trying to get it over Cow, but she gave herself some room, steps into the onside, and thrashed it back over the bowler's head for 4. So that's a beautiful end of the over there. Maya Boucher going all throngs at it. She looked brilliant there. And England moved. Oh, they've got their half century already, 51 without loss.
I think one of the reasons for Maya Boucher's success actually has been how much she hits in the V. And even there, when she had pretty much the whole field to play with, she still just took that option down the ground. So really nicely struck. Not the best of balls. It was kind of length and sat up to be hit, but well executed.
It's one of those where I think the bowler was like, well, I've just got to go all guns blazing here, and almost went too hard, bowled too much of an effort ball, and slightly back of a length. And Boucher is a tall figure and gave herself room, big levers as well. 51 without loss after 8 overs then, England. As Rowe is in, and this one's width there and cut into the offside. 4 runs to Tammy Beaumont. That was another glorious shot and a bit of iffy bowling, to be honest. 55 for no wicket.
Yeah, it's a nice pace as well. You look at it, 67 miles an hour. Because of her height, it sits up well, and Tammy Beaumont is not going to say no. She loves that cut shot with that flourish of a bat, gets it high and just drills it so well. I don't mind when Hannah Rowe bowls short when she bangs it in, but if you just, you float it up there.
It's sitting up for her to be taken, and it was. 55 for no wicket. Tammy Beaumont at the crease, high back lift, and this one's a thick outside edge, but that might run away down for 4 as a fine leg fielder out there slides in front of the boundary rope and stops it going down for 4 runs. So just the single, genuine edge there. There's a slip in place. It was too wide for them to get in the action, but 56 for no wicket. We talk a lot about bowling partnerships at the beginning, and one of the wonderful things with Anya Shrubsole and Catherine Sipper-Brunt was that they were slightly different. You had the big hooping in swing from Shrubsole, and then you had the sort of more into the wicket from Catherine Brunt, bit of sort of outside away swing as well. But I'm quite intrigued by the batting partnership England have here. They're very different in both their stature. You've got the tall figure of Maya Boucher and the sort of slightly more diminutive ones we've been calling it from Beaumont, but also their backlift as well. The angles that or the field that they target as Rowe is in down the leg side, and there's a cry for caught behind. I wonder if it just grabbed or hitched onto one of the bits of clothing or pad or something, because it's not called a wide when it was certainly erring that way. So dot ball.
I think that was a desperation cry there.
Yeah, maybe so. 56 for no wicket. Chasing 156 are England. But I like this. It's it's a tricky combination to have to contend with as a bowling side. But these are two very different batters who score in very different areas and have different lengths that you therefore need to bowl at them as well. Rowe away from us. That's a full toss, and it's only hit as far as mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, the length you bowl to Tammy, you have to get full. You bowl that to Maya Boucher and she's pumping you down the ground. You drag it back to Tammy just a fraction where you should get it to Boucher, and it's a cut for Tammy. It's a really tricky one as a bowler. You have to have a real skill set to keep playing around. They both have high backlifts as well, so they like getting their hands through the ball. They're not players that kind of poke around at it. If they're going to hit it, their hands really go through nicely.
Rowe is into Boucher onto her back foot and defending watchfully, full face of the bat, and there is no run. 56 without loss.
Yeah, and I feel the challenge is, I think, Dunkley, when I look at Boucher, I feel there's less going to go wrong with her stance and setup technically. So the challenge is if she gets in, which we've seen her, 90 odd in the series ahead, she's, if she gets set, I think there's less that's going to go wrong in her career because she's got that sort of classical.
Final ball of the over, outside off, and this is cut down to backward a point. I think that'll be 4 runs. It will. Beats the fielder at backward point. There's one on the boundary down at third. Doesn't make it, and that's 4 runs to Boucher, as we talked about that classical stroke of the bat, and England move to 60 without loss. Boucher to 24, Beaumont on 31. I think, I'll agree with you there in that Beaumont's much more wristy. She plays sort of very much the 360 game, whereas I think Boucher is more of a classical stroke player, perhaps. Yeah, she's certainly got the tools in the locker, and she's showing how to use them.
Yeah, exciting time to be a female cricketer at the moment.
Lots of cricket ahead. Of course, we've got this series, so 3 ODI matches, 5 T20s. The 100 follows shortly after, back end of July, as here comes Kerr is in, and forward defending is Beaumont. She's on 31 from 32, and that's a dot ball. And then you go not straight, but into October, there's the T20 World Cup out in Bangladesh, which will be experienced certainly for a lot of the women's teams out there for the first time. There's Kerr running towards us from the Lumley end, right arm over, and stays low and well kept out by Beaumont, watchfully defending it once more. 60 for no loss. Remember, they're only chasing 156, so a limited chase on the cards on what seems to be a very nice batting deck indeed, notwithstanding the 10 New Zealand wickets to have fallen. 7 of them to spin. Stellar spin line up from England's bowlers. And this one's hoiked into the onside, that's as little before. Just wide of the woman standing there at mid-on, and a little bit unconventional, almost agricultural there from Beaumont. But again, we talked about her wrists and the angles that she can get away with, and that was a lovely stroke. She got hold of that one. 4 more to the total, 64 for no wicket.
Yeah, I like that one. Sometimes it's all right to bring out a bit of a mo. She got into a stable base, it was full, and so she could just place it using that bottom hand.
Kerr in once more, and this one's outside off and cuts us into the offside. Fielder there doesn't pick up cleanly, but enough on it to stop the run. And it remains at 64, still in the power play here. 2 more balls left until the 10th over finishes. Beaumont on 35, runnable 35 almost. Boucher 24 from 24 as well. So I think they're doing pretty nicely as far as England are concerned. Couldn't go much better. Beaumont waits, and this one's outside off, cut into the offside, and that's ball. Beats the fielder at backward point. And she's timing it beautifully, is Tammy Beaumont. She moves to 65 for no wicket.
My nickname for her used to be Brian Charles because of that backlift.
Yeah.
You know, he's got that high lift. And that was one, if I was in that dressing room, I'd be going, go on, girl, Brian Charles. Gets it up so high, but she's got the flourish, isn't it? It's not just the height of the backlift. It's like just so stylish, lovely to watch.
There's a check cut as well, like that. That doesn't happen often. As this one is defended back down the ground, only so far as extra cover. So a dot ball to end the over. 10 overs gone. 68 is the score on the board after the power play for England. They're only chasing 156. And a few words from Phil Long, and I think I'm going to release the commentary to Kevin Howes.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont moved on serenely, really, on to 39. Excuse me. She's now 4th in the all-time run makers list, home venues in ODIs. There's only 3 players in the history of the women's game made more runs at home in ODIs than Tammy Beaumont. They're Amy Satterthwaite, Susie Bates, and of course Mitali Raj, who's at the top of a lot of those batting lists, isn't she?
So what was that? This is the...
So Mitali's made 2,833 runs at home in India. Tammy Beaumont now on to 2,230 runs.
That's pretty impressive. Her average, I just saw 50, over 50, 51. It's not bad, Kev.
And to be alongside those names and everything, it shows just what talent there is, and still we see. But it's Boucher we're seeing the talent of right there, carving that ball behind square on the offside. 4 runs. We're out of the power play, 10 overs. We're into the 11th, and England just strolling. My God, Phil. You got more?
Yeah, a little bit more. She might not be able to reach it today, but Tammy Beaumont has scored 9 ODI hundreds, same as Nat Siva Brunt. There's only 2 players made
Next
more.
ball into Boucher down the leg side. Does she get anything on that? Looks to the umpire. The umpire is unmoved, and I'm so sorry because not only is she unmoved, but she interrupted you, Phil.
Sorry, I was getting carried away there. So there's only 2 players made more than 10 ODI hundreds. That's Meg Lanning, who made 15, and Susie Bates, who made 13. There's 4 players.
Where's Lottie in that? I thought she'd be up there. Claire Taylor.
There's 4 players on 9.
Claire Taylor, Lottie, Charlotte Edwards.
Tammy Beaumont, Nat Siva Brunt, Charlotte Edwards, and Chamari Atapatu.
Chamari Atapatu.
This is divine bowling down the leg side and onto the out towards square leg for no run.
Hold on, where's Claire Taylor in that?
How many more names are you going to throw in there?
I think she's got 8.
She must be in the mix. Atapatu sneaked in there, the Sri Lankan.
Big score early on in the year, didn't she? She made 190 odd.
Next ball, Divine into Boucher, and that has gone. Do you know, that hasn't gone the distance? And again, it looked for all the love of the world that I was going to easily clear the rope and the sponge out there, but it doesn't. Falls just inside. It's a 4, but it's still terrific strike. Take her to 32. England up to 76 for no wicket now.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a battle here. You could see Divine was thinking, let me just try and rush her with a quick bouncer. But I would say Boucher was very much up to it. She swiveled so quickly. Quick hands, put it away.
So 32 off 28 balls. Next ball, a little bit of a push, and very lucky maybe to not get an edge on that. Had the better of it through to the keeper. So England strolling along here, Ebbs, really strolling along at 76 for no wicket. Only in the 11th over. Sort of picking up where they've been in recent times. Looking really strong against New Zealand, of course, in New Zealand, then start of the summer against Pakistan. Oh, that's an outside edge, but there isn't a slip there, and it's out of the grasp of the keeper, and that's going to be 4 runs. Take a look at this again, because if there had been a first second in there, that would have been gone. But she knew there wasn't. 11 overs gone, 80 for no wicket, with another boundary there, 12 coming off that over from Sophie Devine, the target just being 157. I don't think we are going to necessarily see the replay of that, but I'm just wondering to what extent she did know a little bit about what was going on there. Do you think that was entirely
Yeah, I think there was a bit of flirting. She was in a bit of trouble there, but she would have known that there was no fielder she could get away with maybe just having a little poke.
There were 3 fours. Mealy Kerr is going to come on and give it a go now. But England in a very good, strong position. I tell you what, I'm picking up every 5 minutes or different players getting contracts in these new Tier 1 teams. Which is very exciting. I mean, and some good deal. I don't know about the money. Hopefully the money's going to be good. But when I'm saying good deals, I mean we're talking 3-year deals as well. There's a lot of confidence to be put into that. There's a lot of time to make sure your career builds in the right way. And I hate to come out with this. I hate to come out with this fear of failure. But that's real good. 3-year contracts, as it should be. Mealy Kerr in with a spin, and it's driven out through the offside, out towards extra cover. I'm shaping up quite nicely for that new season and a whole new setup for several of the county teams.
Durham in the mix,
Durham very much in the mix. I see Warwickshire there after a new coach down there for head for the women's cricket down there as well.
That's a good opportunity. I'd definitely check out the socials for that.
Would you?
I'd be keen.
Would you? We don't want to lose you.
Well, no, I'm not going anywhere.
All right. 81 for no wicket. That's worked away through mid-wicket for a single. You mean if somebody else was in your position but not quite in your position? Yeah, that's what you mean. Right, okay.
The women's game is just growing so quickly. There's so many opportunities and playing, coaching, management. It's it's worth
a peruse. And this next series full. Plenty of air and driven along the ground by Tammy Beaumont up to mid-on. But and they're being well advertised, as you say. I mean, that's one of the beauties of social. They're pretty much out there for everybody to have a good gander at, and hopefully, therefore, the available opportunities are being noticed by the people that need to see them. Beaumont on 40. Well, that's right under her nose, isn't it? But manages to keep it out.
Good bit of flight there from Amelia Kerr. Yeah, that's one thing as well. I want to see more good quality coaching in the women's game. Also, women coaches. Caroline Atkins is level 4. Do you remember her? She played for England. Danny Hazel.
2 balls left of this 12th over. Played away on the onside. Scampers through for 1. Does Tammy? And she's on to 41 from 42 balls, 83 for no wicket.
Charlotte Edwards factor. She's won a lot of tournaments.
Perhaps we do need to put it out there, everybody, that even if you become a coach of a team, you don't get a cup named after you. It's not automatic. 1 ball left of the 12th over. That's worked away leg side. A single. And after 12 overs, 84 for no wicket after 12, chasing 157. It'd be rather good if it was part of the job spec, wouldn't it? You get this job and you'll have a national cup named
there you
after
go.
No,
you kind of have to be a good, very, 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 very special cricketer.
Very special, yeah. But anyway, England going along really well here. Beaumont 41, Boucher 38. Kerr only went for 4 runs from that over, 4 singles as well.
So I'm going to give Phil some work. I'm just trying to find a stat. I don't know exactly what it looks like, but I'm thinking Maya Boucher seems to start very well in her career. Is there anything about, I don't know, fastest to 500, fastest to 1,000? Who's been in that club? I'm sure someone like Sarah Taylor's been in that. I could see her being a player that gets in that mix. So just kind of good starts for England women in ODIs. Does that give you something to work with?
I think he'll come back to us at the end of the T20 series. Start of the next over, square on the offside for a single for Boucher. Just looking at this game, it's difficult to see where a wicket's coming from almost here, isn't it? I mean,
they've got to bowl it straight to the stumps at the moment. Everything's been a bit short and wide, no? That's a start. Yeah. I feel if I was their coach right now on the sidelines, or maybe even Devine herself out there, like you've got to get the ball.
Balls now to Beaumont on 41. Flourish of the bat, square for a single. Moves to 42, and England up to 86 for no wicket in the 13th over. Yeah,
You'd have a word, wouldn't you?
Well, I wouldn't bother. No,
Would you?
no, because I think they know their game. They know that they'll how to improve, and this is played into the offside, and there will be no run. One run. You know me. I'm very encouraging. Very encouraging.
Yeah.
That's what I try to be these days. I like to think it's come with age. Was I ever the angry man? Well, maybe on the odd occasion, but I don't.
No, generally, you're.
But yeah, here clearly the context, as Frank was explaining to us earlier, is the fact this is a team which is going to find its way in almost like not starting over, but almost. But they get a single here to England. And this is all part of the process. And what I do know, because I'm of a certain age, that you can look at teams, international or domestic or whatever, and you think, oh, how long is this going to take? And then something overnight sometimes, you just think something just clicks in there. It may be, a series of 2 or 3 good results and whatever. Things just click. It could be a tough opening day to the tour for New Zealand, this. But there are plenty more games to come, and as I say, really, the big star show is the one at the end of the year anyway, October, in Bangladesh. Next ball worked away through mid-wicket from Boucher. She will move on to 41.
Yeah, I think they need a bit of a shake-up. I'm thinking about. I remember I was part of the England squad era where it went from. I think we'd lost a load of games for over a few years. I remember we played in a World Series against Australia, India, New Zealand, got hammered in every single game.
Going to Beaumont on 43. Goes back, works away nicely, neatly for a single on the leg side. At the end of the over. 13 overs.
I didn't want to jump in. I was like,
well, no, that's fine. But I mean, to be honest with you, I think something big's coming. 13 overs gone, 90 for no wicket. Beaumont on 44, Boucher on 41. Because I think you're going to be.
No, I was just going to say this. I remember Lottie, and this is, this is where I have so much respect for her as a leader. I remember her sort of sitting us down in the changing room and having a bit of a strip down, and guys, look, what are we doing here? Like, we're a better team than this. We've got the talent, and kind of the girls started singing "Take That." Do you remember? That song "Never Forget"? Never forget where you're coming from.
Of course I do.
There was a bit of a shake-up.
Lovely big choir at the beginning, though. Where did you get them from?
We didn't get the choir. We just started singing the song every time we won.
All right. But without the choir, it's not the same. This is in the air, up and over, long on, and that should surely have cleared the boundary, sponge and rope. Hasn't it? Yes, it has. Umpire White signals so as well. Massive 6. Tammy Beaumont, what a way as well to get to a 50 of 46 deliveries. 96 for no wicket in the 14th over. Oh, some hollering. I love a bit of hollering going on for a 50 as well. Terrific stuff. 20th 50 and 116 ODIs, 900 is what I'm going to suggest. Obviously, Phil will need to back that up because he knows what he's talking about. 46 balls, 8 fours, 1 6, 50 not out. And facing again. In bowls, goes back. It goes the same area, but not aerially. This well, to start off with, but falls well short of the fielder out there at mid-on. Sorry, we've got to take that, and we're singing Never Forget. It couldn't have just been the rendition of a Take That song.
But well, hold on. I mean, it did get us.
Next ball, bowled. This is squeezed away behind leg for a single, so she moves on to 51, and the score is 97 for no wicket.
I have to be honest, there was a time where the girls could, like, as soon as we won a game, everyone was like, can we sing it now, can we sing it now? We got a bit more excited about singing the song than actually winning. But I think what she did is like really give us purpose, focus. Why do we do what we do? What is possible? There were some changes in the management, and
next delivery, high and straight off the bat of Boucher, and that's a 6.
That's a big 6.
Oh yeah, it's gone a long way. I mean, was that a no full toss in the end, or yeah?
103 for England, and the 100 partnership between Tammy Beaumont and Maya Boucher.
103 not out. 2 balls left to the 14th over. Great start from Beaumont and Boucher to the match, to the series. She hasn't got to 50, Boucher, yet. She's on to 47 there off 36 balls. Amelia Kerr again will bowl, and having seen the ball fly away, she sort of pushes it in a little bit quicker, forces them back a little bit, and as she did there. obviously we've come so far. They're still better.
Oh, you're on the low. Yeah,
I'm still with the take that
because it's not really my kind of tunes, but I got into it.
Listen to you. That's in the air, up and over the top again. It's not going to be a 6 but a 4 this time. Oh, it's been a torrid over for Miliak, and it's torrid for New Zealand as well. Good for England, another 4. It's down to just 54 needed. Make that 50 from 216 balls and make it 50 for Boucher as well. That's a second 50 in 10 ODIs. 107 for no wicket. 50 from 216. It's 50s everywhere here. I can't move for 50s.
This is pretty impressive here from these two. They're making New Zealand look like a good few rankings down the order in terms of world cricket, because they're just making it look effortless at the moment. And what's happening for New Zealand, their bowling seems to be getting worse and worse. The full tosses are coming out, the wide balls are coming out, and for Beaumont and Boucher, they're seeing it better and better on a good surface. So really impressive as well. They're putting away the bad balls. Sometimes you get gifted it and you don't execute. They're seeing it like a football.
Change of bowling at the
17 4s and 2 6s in this partnership so far.
How many runs off that last over from Amelia?
17 off that last over.
Oof.
Fran Jonas is about to bowl. Well, at least it wasn't 43. Or 77 for that matter. Going back and carving that, but not past the fielder, and there will be no run. So have you told us about? No,
so I haven't finished. No. So what my point was though, that there was a bit of a shake-up, as in a bit of change.
What was the shake-up?
So change a bit in management, changes in some of the positions and roles.
Jonas with a spin around the wicket, in and bowls. This is over the top again of the fielder. It's going to be another 4. God, they're really opening up there. They're lapping this up at the moment. It's another 4 for England. They move to 111 for no wicket. You've got to get the story in really quickly.
I have, because we're going to be done with it. All my point is there was a decision that we are going to set ourselves as winners. We're going to make the changes. We're going to get fitter. The shake-up worked. We went on the run of World T20, World Cup.
111 for no wicket here. Meantime, down and sweeping along the ground. There's a fielder there, so it should just be the 1 for Tammy Beaumont to 56, 112 for no wicket. How quickly did it happen?
So it took about a year to get everything clicking, yeah. And then the results came. I think it was like 18 games or something, 16, 18 games unbeaten into that. So
this is a year, and not trying to mock the take that back, but this is a year after the take that moment.
Yeah.
Still a year. God, that's.
But you could feel it coming though.
Okay. Next ball, and that's pushed into the offside, no run. So not necessarily in terms of the W's, but just as a group you felt...
Yeah,
right.
You could, and then the wind started coming, and then we became unstoppable. But I think New Zealand need this. They need someone to just say, let's change things, change the batting order.
Next ball, around the wicket, and that's squeezed away onto the onside. They'll have to be quick scampering through, because these two are doing such a good job for England. They're seeing them well on the way to the target, but actually in their own minds now, they want to finish the job off themselves.
I think they've got places to be at the way they're batting. No, really, I think it's good for them, because also they want to set a tone, don't they? They want to show that they're not going to just sort of niggle around. Look at the difference between that first 50 or 50 balls and the second, just 34.
Indeed. Beaumont's on 56 not out. Jonas again looking to reverse it this time. Oh, I say, we're getting very funky out there. That's going to run towards the boundary. Is it going to be pulled back in time? No, it isn't, despite the best efforts of Georgia Plymouth to chase that one down. Oh, this is happening at rapid pace now. 10 coming from that over. 117 for no wicket, 40 from 210. Beaumont on 60, Boucher on 52. Oh, we didn't get to talk about Jill Scott, but we did talk about Take That, at least.
Yeah.
Unlike our musical journey, which we'll have to share again. Are you at Worcester on Sunday?
I am there.
We can share our New Zealand musical journey at that time.
We will do that.
But back to this one. You carry on.
I'm going to just leave my little moan that I think New Zealand need a shake-up. I kind of had a long chat with Frankie a moment ago. I think batting order needs a reshake. I think bowling orders could do with a bit of venom in there. So I'm just throwing it out there. I think they've got it, but let's make some changes.
This partnership now worth 117 for this opening partnership for England here against New Zealand today. Only once have they added more for the opening partnership against New Zealand. That was Britain and Southgate back in 1984. They added 152. That record is still on.
Well, there you have it. Kevin has made way for me as well, Westby, and I've got Frankie Mackay beside me, former New Zealand international, as Halliday is in to Maya Boucher. So a new bowler, a new over, A new dawn for New Zealand. My goodness, they need it.
Yep, that is one way to put it, that's for sure. I actually don't mind this little change with Brooke Halliday coming in. She is someone I would term an absolute golden arm. Almost bowls off the wrong foot, little in-swingers.
Right arm over the wicket and watched replayed into the offside by Maya Bouchier. Back of point, she thought about the single, so did Beaumont at the non-striker's end, but they decided they did not need it at this stage. They need 40 runs from 208 balls.
The run rate seems to be in hand. I'll give them that.
117 without loss, chasing just 156 was the total. And this one's back over the bowler's head, and she's got hold of that one. Maybe not quite a 6, but a 1 bounce 4 certainly, to where a vacant long on might otherwise be, and that's a beautiful looking shot. Full flush of the bat there from Maya Bouchier. The total moves to 121 without loss, and Maya Bouchier, well, she's cantering along, 56 not out.
That's just lovely striking, that is. It's the rolling leg cutter, the attempted leg cutter from Brooke Halliday trying to take pace off, and it is just met by Maya Bouchier. The long levers, the elegant swing, she is making it look so easy right now.
Yes, a meeting of bat and ball as natural as they come, and this one's played down the ground, along the ground, to Long On, who is now stationed there, with the threat of Bouchier pumping it down towards that end. 122 for no wicket. Bouchier to 57. Beaumont there on 60. I think they're enjoying themselves out there.
I think they might be. And this is such a tough position now for New Zealand to be in. They need wickets. That's the only way they'll win the game. But no runs to play with anymore.
122 without loss, and an attempted scoop shot there from Beaumont. She got something on it. Not everything she wanted, but it is running down to that fine leg boundary. The chase was on from short third, who beat, in fact, the sort of backward square leg out on the boundary. A nice sliding shot, and New Zealand congratulating their fielders for anything that they possibly can at this stage, but they've picked up a couple there. Beaumont to 62, 124 for no loss.
And so it just gets so hard to set your field. Where do you put them? How do you try and be attacking? How do you try and create pressure? How do you stop the runs?
Halliday in, and that's a full toss, thrashed into the onside. There's a mid-wicket fielder at the boundary. Long barriers out, and just the single. 125 for no wicket. It's a hot, beautiful day. We had a 1 o'clock start, so this was nominally a day-night match, and this being England, where the sun sets a bit later, I think it's going to be a day-day match as far as I'm concerned.
I'm actually very confident the lights are not going to get turned on at all today. We are not going to need them in the slightest. It is a beautiful blue sky day today. And yeah, it actually is something, of course, coming from New Zealand over here. It fascinates me how light it stays for how long.
Yeah.
It gets into the later evening and it feels like it should be 6 or 7 o'clock, and actually you very quickly look at your watch and go, oh wow, that's got out of hand quite quickly.
The players are just taking drinks at the moment. 16 overs down, England absolutely flying. They've made 125. It's an unbeaten opening partnership between Maya Bouchier there on 57, Tammy Beaumont not out on 63, and well, New Zealand, they only managed to make 156. That was 156 all out. They only managed it inside 34 overs, so a 50 over match, leaving something out there. In fact, Phil Long, the last time England played here was against Sri Lanka last year.
That's right.
And how long did that match end up being?
We were discussing this on the way when we walked to the ground this morning, expecting, as you mentioned, a day-night game. And
yes.
looking at that. Last year 30 overs and 18, so 48 overs the complete game last year. We're just going to go over that, but not by a long way.
I was going to say, if watching many overs of cricket is your thing, Durham is not the place to be. Unfortunately, as far as the England women's cricket team are concerned, but certainly they enjoy this venue. A thumping win against Sri Lanka last year looks like it could be a thumping win against New Zealand this time. So what do you do from here? I mean, it's a horrible position to be in. You're thinking, right, start of a long series, 3 ODIs, 5 T20s, already acknowledged by the skipper that it's going to be tough with this youngish New Zealand outfit. There are many lessons to be learned from today.
Yeah, and that's almost the hard thing, because I think often when you have games like this where it is so dominantly one-sided, is you often have discussions, well, just park it, just forget it. Now, here coaches say it all the time, just flush the dunny on that one and just basically pretend it didn't exist. Because
that's a glorious phrase.
Isn't it just? And so it's that thought of everyone's allowed a bad day. They happen. Sometimes at cricket it's a bad day for everything. Batting, bowling, fielding, it all happens on that one day. And so the ability to just park that, the one day doesn't make you a bad cricketer, it doesn't make you a terrible team. But there then also needs to be the ability to learn from it, and that's the thing that I potentially at times struggle to see with this New Zealand lineup, is when the games are so one-sided. Actually, what do you take out of a game like this? What do you actually go away and say, well, this is where we need to be better, we've got a game in 3 days' time that we need to be right up for, ready for. How do you take learnings from it? What do you take from it?
Jonas is at the top of her crease, low left arm orthodox, is just spotting left arm round the wicket to Tammy Beaumont, who whacks out the reverse sweep, picks up a single for it. To backward of point, Scarpa's through 126 without loss, 32 needed from 204 balls.
I am hoping though that it's just a little bit of, I don't want to say rustiness, because I don't think that's quite accurate, but the feeling of they haven't actually played cricket, an actual game of cricket, since April, and so just that game hardened, game readiness it's not going to be there, and hopefully from this game it'll be better.
Jonas into Bouchier, and this one's thrashed into the air, into the offside, and for a moment there it hung airily, and you thought, gosh, if someone's there in extra cover, and there was, but it weren't quite straight enough. It went in between the extra cover and the mid-off fielder, and that's 4 more runs then to England, 4 more to Maya Bouchier. She moves into the 60s, 61, and England 130 without loss. There's 27 more to get as in comes Jonas, and an attempted pull shot into the onside. I think she's toe-ended that there. Wry smile from Bouchier under the lid, and there is no run.
And where I mentioned that game readiness is it just looked as though New Zealand with the bat just lacked tempo, lacked that ability to rotate strike, to pick up twos.
Jonas around the wicket again, and this one's thick outside edge, thrown her hands at it to Bouchier, and she's going to get a 4 for it because it's fine of that short third. And she had room there, a bit of width from the bowler meant that it was safe all along. So she moves to 65, and in fact she's just overtaken Beaumont there on 64, and England moved to 134 for no wicket. Of course, the last cricket they played was this England reciprocal series out in New Zealand, where England were certainly very much the victors in both the ODI and T20 series. As Jonas is in, turning into the onside, just erring a little bit straight there from the New Zealand bowler, and she's given herself some room, has Maya Bouchier, and she'll come back for 2. Good throw in from the outfield, but an easy couple of runs to the England batters. They now need 21 runs from 199 balls, 136 without loss.
And those last 2 deliveries speak a little bit to that tempo. It gets width outside the off stump, flashes hard, picks up the 4. The next ball, it's a good ball from Fran Jonas, but Bouchier able to just turn it into the leg side, gap the ball well between the boundary sweepers, and pick up an effortless 2.
11 from the over so far. Final ball then, and it is a dot ball, so it's just capped it out at this. It's 11 from the over, 21 needed from 199, England 136, New Zealand having made only 156. Sophie Devine came into this series yesterday was the captain's presser, and she was talking about, she acknowledged the fact that they hadn't played any competitive cricket since that England series, but talked about some really tough, grueling training camps. But I guess it's still no match, and England have had their own Pakistan series. They're well into their domestic season, of course, as well. We had the culmination of the Charlotte Edwards Trophy just last weekend. It's a pretty tough ask to go against an England side, but B, an England side in the full throes of lots of cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that plays its part. That it's not an excuse, it's not a reason for the manner of this game today and how it's unfolded. But there is definitely something to be said for... They're just not game hardened, battle hardened. They're not in the middle of a summer. It is winter at home, and you can do as much training as you want. You can train the house down, but you actually have to then put those skills into the game. And the fact that the innings didn't even quite last 34 overs with the bat in hand just points to that.
Halliday is into Beaumont, who's wristedly playing that into the onside. Good flick of the wrist there. Picks up a single because a bit of work to be done by mid-wicket, diving to her right. And Beaumont again, grin across her face. She's enjoying it. 137 without loss. She moved to 65. Bouchier just ahead of her on 67. And New Zealand won the toss. They decided to bat, and it was the correct decision, really, because that's a beautiful batting deck out there. And we're seeing that materialise from this England innings as Halliday is in, and this is thrashed into the offside, and that's a catch. It is, yes it is, extra cover, diving to her right. That was a really well taken catch, and moments of a bit of magic there. Susie Bates, the veteran, at her usual position of extra cover. Maya Bouchier, a glorious innings of 67. It comes to an end. It makes no difference really to the context of this match, but still you can see some amazing bits of cricket, and Bates hanging on to that one was certainly one of them. A needed wicket for New Zealand.
A much needed wicket, and it's the golden arm of Brooke Halliday. She just has the ability to make things happen, and on this occasion it is picking up a big wicket. Maya Bouchier, who looked in extraordinary form for her 67 off 50 deliveries. She struck the ball so sweetly throughout, and I like what Brooke Halliday's been doing, going to the leg cutter, trying to go pace off, trying to bowl variations to at least keep these English batters guessing, because you can't just run in on a good surface and just bowl the same ball after ball after ball, especially when there's no scoreboard pressure. So I like that Halliday's been prepared to try and change it up, that they've tried to keep the field up so that there are catching opportunities, and then sometimes it just takes a little bit of something special in the field as well. And on that occasion, Susie Bates, one of the safest pairs of hands going around.
Yeah, the phrase that springs to mind is, if I think about sort of like the football context, it was against the run of play. Like it was one of those counter-attacking goals that we see. You certainly weren't really expecting, looking how comfortable the two openers were for England. They only had 20 runs odd to get to chase down that target. It was sweetly struck, but really well held on by Susie Bates. Brings Heather Knight to the crease, England's skipper. Is immediately in on the action, as that one is a bit of a back of a length ball. It didn't really rise up that much, but allowed Heather Knight to rock back onto her heels, carve it into the offside. She's off the mark straight away with the single. The throw comes in from the deep, actually takes the stumps at the non-striker's end, but she's well in her crease.
Yeah, that partnership, comes to an end at 137, England's second highest ever opening partnership against New Zealand.
Ooh, what was the first?
It was Britain and Southgate, if I remember.
Oh, yes, we talked about that earlier. 138 for one then, England, as Beaumont now on strike, and she too is rocking into her crease, onto the back foot, out towards cover point on the boundary. 139 for one. England now need 18 from 194 balls or so.
What I'd like to see now is that they've got the breakthrough. You've got a new player in Heather Knight. I want to see one of your genuine wicket takers come back. So be that Millie Kerr, be it Molly Penfold, Hannah Road, just to try and win maybe a little mental battle.
Halliday is in. This is wide of off stump. Knight lunges forward, but is happy to see the ball sail past into the hands of the keeper. 139 for one.
And another page I'm going to close on my laptop now. 10 wicket victories. That would England have had 5 before today, so there's a positive for you.
Thank you. That's good. That's good. I liked before when it was the Sri Lankan game lasted less overs than this one.
Halliday is in tonight, playing it watchfully into the onside, picked up by mid-wicket. It means at the end of the over, 18 overs gone, 139 for one. Beaumont will have the strike. She's 66 not out. Knight at the other end on just the one. And, they've got a bit of time after this match. We're a Wednesday afternoon. The next ODI is at Worcester. New Road at 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. It should be teeing up quite nicely for what I think might be an England men's football match later on into the evening.
Could be the England men's World Cup final the day before as well, of course.
Oh yes, of course. It could be, of course, the T20 Men's World Cup unfolding out in the West Indies. We've got one semi-final tonight. Afghanistan playing South Africa. As Jonas is into Beaumont, forward defending into the onside, no run, before England play the mighty India at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, live on BBC 5 Live Sports Extra, of course. So lots and lots of sports to look forward to. As Beaumont playing it into the onside, there's a call for LBW, and the finger goes up. That'll be interesting to see whether Beaumont decides to review that. It looked as though it might be erring down leg. Was a bit of bat on that, and immediately Beaumont is there going for the review.
England review.
Interesting. It was an immediate decision, that one, from the umpire.
Was given very quickly, and generally when it is Fran Jonas bowling, height's not an issue. She's quite short in stature, skiddy with ball, so she's not a big turner of the ball either. Generally, it's almost like a little arm ball tailing back into the right-hander.
Yeah, her release point is certainly very low indeed, because she kind of moves all the way over to her right shoulder. So the question here, I don't know whether Beaumont thinks she has some bat on it. We're just seeing ultra edge in that replay, and it looks as though there might be a little tickle with something as it goes past the bat.
I reckon she might hit the ground. I reckon it might just be a little dragging the toe of the bat on the ground. There's that little spike.
So now it's all about, therefore, the line as we see that replay. Pitching just outside, off, impact is in line, and it's missing. And I think that's exactly what Beaumont thought. Yes, she may have overcompensated a little bit onto her offside, but she was happy that it's been a turning pitch. We've seen that already with the England bowlers. 4 wickets for off spinner Charlie Dean, Glenn on the out, the leg spinner Sophie Eccleston also picked up 2. So we know that it turns. And it turned too much for New Zealand there, and Beaumont remains at the crease, 66 for no wickets. She was pretty confident about that, as England 139 for 1, that high backlit of hers back in the game. And another appeal for LBW as Beaumont takes a few strides down the wicket, and I think that may have been bat onto pad this time.
New Zealand are going to tee it up though, send it upstairs and have a look.
Well, I mean, we talked about games within games and a bit of jeopardy and a bit of excitement within it. We've had 2 balls.
TV umpire to director.
2 reviews.
We have a player review for LBW.
New Zealand
not out on field.
Have reviewed the decision.
Speech, it's fair delivery. Can we go front on first, please?
To give it a not out, and I don't know if the listeners can also hear down the line the television umpire having a look at that. So down the track comes Beaumont. It does seem to actually miss.
Ball's close to the inside edge. Can I just confirm with ultra edge?
Her bat. They are going to have a look at ultra edge just to make sure that it's missed it completely. But I reckon, Frank, you might be onto another one here where it's just done too much.
Yeah, I think it's struck her outside the line, so I think she will get away with this one.
Ball.
Yeah, we're looking at where her front foot is planted, and it's got the bat, I think they've just said it has,
not out.
And B, it's far outside. The impact is way outside the off stump. You can see almost 2-3 stumps actually behind her front leg, and
you can stay with your
all sorts of commotion in these last 2 balls. One was given out, overturned on review. One was given not out and reviewed, and the decision stood. So Beaumont, as it is, remains at the crease, 66 without a loss, and a premeditated reverse paddle sweep down to the vacant third. The chase was on. The fielder has clattered into the boundary, and so is the ball. And that is another 4 then to Beaumont. Total moves to 143 for 1. And Beaumont still at the crease, still enjoying life. And England well on course for victory here.
It's a really clever piece of batting. She tried to use her feet, knows that Fran Jonas is just drifting the ball in towards her, and that third gap is the vacant one.
17 not out as Beaumont as she walks down the track and plugs this into the onside, just beats the fielder, diving to her left at mid-wicket. It was always along the ground, so very much safe indeed, but another 1 to the total, another 1 for Tammy Beaumont. And it means that Heather Knight, who's just on 1, having faced 3 deliveries, has only got 1 more ball of this 19th over to face. England needing 13 balls for victory. New Zealand having made just 156. So England well on course here. 144 for 1. They played just 19 overs. And no, this is not a T20 game. It is a 50 over one. And Jonas is in, and Knight's onto her back foot, punching this into the offside past the cover fielder. Picks up just a single, so she'll in fact retain the strike. She moves to 2. England 146 for 1. They need just 12. They've played 19 overs. It's going pretty swimmingly for the home side.
It's definitely been good to watch, and that pains me a little bit to say as very clearly a New Zealand fan, but the cricket that has been displayed today by England has just been phenomenal. They were a little bit loose early on with ball in hand. That's probably the only criticism that I can even come close to levelling at them. They got the wicket of Susie Bates, and then it has been all England from there. They were economical with the ball. The spinners were simply brilliant. They got turn and bounce, barely bowled a bad ball, and then since they've come out with bat in hand, they have put on a clinic. This is how you bat on a surface like this, and it has just been brilliant to watch.
Halliday with figures of 1 for 11 is in tonight, and immediately she's driving. That's slightly over pitch there from the bowler and sweetly struck by the England skipper into the covers. There's a boundary rider out there, so just a single. 1-4-6 for 1. England now requiring just 11 from 30 odd overs, so we're doing all right.
Yeah, I'd still love to see the opportunity here to bring one of your strike bowlers back on, to try and inflict a little mental scar for the rest of the series going forward.
Halliday into Beaumont, and thick outside edge, rolls down to short third, no run. I guess the temptation here is that Halliday, she's definitely the pick of the bowlers. She's been actually making it a little bit difficult for these England batters, and she's the one person to do so. So the temptation to keep her on, well, it's too strong evidently as she's remaining from the Lumley end, and this is thrashed into the offside, bit of space given there by Beaumont, no run. 1-4-6 for 1.
Yeah, I can absolutely understand why they have kept her on. She's the only wicket taker so far. She's been economical with it and looked hard to get away, especially with those changes of pace. But for mine, it's looking forward to the rest of your series, and maybe is it the chance to bring a Molly Penfold back and let her loose for a couple of overs to try and get a bit of confidence.
Halliday into Beaumont. She's cutting that into the offside. There's a fielder out there at cover point on the boundary. Cuts it off, therefore just the single. England now needing 10 to win, 147 for 1. New Zealand having made just 156.
And I'm always a fan as well of getting your spinners into the attack, of getting Amelie Kerr into rhythm, picking up wickets, getting that fizz about her.
Halliday into the England skipper, Heather Knight, who watchfully plays that into the offside. Backward a point, fielders there. And there is no run. 1-4-7 for 1. The score remains. Knight just there really to finish off the business. Remain not out. Red anchor on the scorecard is her job of the day. It's the final ball of this 20th over. Is into Knight. She's onto her back foot. Plays it into the covers. There is no run. A few words from former New Zealand international Frankie Mackay, and I think Kevin Howells is going to take over from me on comms.
It's been very impressive from Brooke Halliday. She was the absolute standout with bat in hand, bringing up 50 in the first innings and having to spend a lot of that time batting with the lower middle and the tail, and being able to try and shepherd them towards a total that has proved to be nowhere even close to being enough today. But she was a real standout with bat, and then she's been able to take that into her bowling performance as well, and been economical, picked up a wicket, looked a challenge to play. And there's going to be some real questions, however, though, for this New Zealand side around for the next game. What does it look like, the makeup of the bowling lineup? I'm a little surprised perhaps that Eden Carson, the extra spinner in the squad, didn't play today. There'd been a lot of talk around how dry the surface was and how much spin could play a part.
Jonas bowls again, start of her fourth over, and driven out through extra cover by Tammy Beaumont, who moves to 73.
And so I'm sure that there'll be questions around the selection, and I think they absolutely got the decision right at the toss, did a lot of things right, but yeah, there'll need to be a little bit of introspection before the next game that comes up.
Next ball, back and worked away through square leg for a single, this time by Heather Knight, so the captain moves to 4. And England to 149 for 1, into single figures required here for a victory. There are plenty more games to come. 2 ODIs, and they've got the 5 T20s. Beaumont's on 73. Use of the feet down the wicket, and actually a big swipe at that. And in the end, it's outside edge down towards the vacant third area. Eventually, somebody gets there to pull the ball back, and they get 2. I'm not too sure where she was intending that to go. I don't think it was down there. It does bring up the 150 for England. 151 for 1. And the applause from the crowd. Tammy Beaumont moves to 75, and it's down now just to one lusty blow for a 6.
You get a little bit of luck, don't you, when you're on 75? It all tends to go your way.
Yeah, you do. You do, of course you do. Defended by Tammy Beaumont, who's still playing that sort of shot and making that sort of scream in defiance as if she's still on 2, not 75. Wants to be there to finish it all off. Her and Now, Boucher, of course, will love, no doubt, as the opening partnership would have done that. They made such a strong start, but Boucher is out for 67 round the wickets. Is this going to be the winning runs? No, it won't be, but they'll take up another single out through square leg. And Tammy Beaumont to 76, and the score 152 for 1. 5 from 175 now.
Might sound silly, but it actually can be a really tough stage of the match and of the innings when you are the set batter. Beaumont 76 off just the 69 deliveries.
Next ball, and this one is played out, driven by the Knights towards the boundary. Just get a single, she moves to 5. Explain that.
Well, just sometimes it feels like the game's so close to being finished. There's 4 runs needed, there's so much time, you've played exceptionally well, you just want it done. You know, you've done all the hard work, you're seeing the ball like it's a watermelon or a beach ball even, perhaps in Tammy Beaumont's case, and you just want it done. And so sometimes you can start looking a little bit further ahead than you normally would, which is very much ball by ball, and you can allow yourself to start thinking about singing the winning song in the changing room and what you're going to do with your evening off instead of being here late into the night. And that's where just little mistakes can crop up. And sometimes, you know, if you're Tammy Beaumont, you just want the incoming batter here the night just to hit a couple of 4s and get the job done. You think, I've done this, I'd be quite happy to walk off with a little red inker, a little not out. But then also sometimes if you're the incoming batter, if you're here the night, you're thinking the same. You're just thinking, oh, well, I'm on a bit of a hiding to nothing here. The game's all but done. Oh, the only thing really that can happen here is something bad. So actually here the night might be standing out there thinking, I hope Tammy just hits a couple and gets it done and we can get out of here.
Indeed. So, we're going to see Halliday batting her 4th over, 1 for 13. As you say, she's one that can leave the ground head held high. Terrific, really.
Yeah, absolute standout. She has been quite brilliant, and I think she will take a lot of confidence from how she played today. She's had a lot of success actually against England, one of her seemingly preferred teams to play against.
Next ball she bowls, and that's driven, beats the fielder. They need 4 for victory, and that is the victory. Square on the offside, and England win to get this summer series of ODIs and T20s underway, and it's emphatic, really. It's emphatic. 9-wicket victory. The captain, Heather Knight, hugs Tammy Beaumont at the other end with a terrific knock from the opener Beaumont, but so too from Mayor Boucher. The bowlers did a really good job in restricting New Zealand to just 156. And they've got there in no time at all for this 9-wicket victory for England. There is plenty more to come, including 2 more ODIs, starting off at Worcester on Sunday, Bristol next week. But following on from their success in New Zealand for England, and also at the start of the English summer against Pakistan, it's more of the same from them. They'll be delighted with that, and plenty to think about from a New Zealand point of view.
Yeah, well, it's a brilliant win, isn't it, for the home side? That is clinical in every phase and every stage of the match. I think they were brilliant with the ball, especially the spinners. They were fantastic. The ability to tie the New Zealand batters in knots to pick up wickets seemingly at will. They threw themselves around in the field. They looked really disciplined with how they were doing things, and then to come out and chase a total down like that. We'd seen at times the wicket was a little bit tricky. A couple did stay down, and life looked difficult for the New Zealand batters. But then the way these English pair opened up, Boucher and Tammy Beaumont, it looked like they were batting on a different surface. It looked like they had the best conditions in the world for batting, and they just put the New Zealand attack to the sword. And quite rightly, Tammy Beaumont leading the side off, big smile on the face, and getting the applause of her teammates, because that was just brilliant. That is an absolute batting clinic from Tammy Beaumont.
It certainly is. I'm very intrigued as to what you think you might do of an evening in this part of the world, having got the night. And I suppose this is the start of an important series of games. Just earlier to bed, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I won't complain at getting a little bit more sleep in.
No,
that won't hurt. There's a little bit of jet lag that is just lying around behind the scenes, so that might be nice. But it's such a beautiful day here. Maybe I'll get out and do a little bit of sightseeing before I put my feet up.
Yeah, don't miss this part of the world. It's lovely. Phil.
Frankie, I feel a bit guilty. I started by giving you bad news, didn't I, Kev? When we started at 1 o'clock, it was all bad news.
Well, seemingly, yeah.
What's coming?
Well, there's a little bit more.
I'm braced.
It's England's joint best ever victory in terms of wickets over New Zealand. It's the 4th time they've won by 9 wickets. They've actually won with 172 balls remaining, which is the most they've ever beaten New Zealand by.
Well, that was about as positive as I was expecting there. That's a really nice way to cap the evening off, that one. So we've tried to aim for it's been bad, but it could be worse, and then we've gone with no, it's actually it was that bad.
And it's never been as worse.
Yeah, great.
Well, on that note, thank you for joining us, and we look forward, if you don't mind, to joining us again later. We're actually very much looking forward, as I say. This is going to be a good tour. It's going to be a good tour of matches, and I'm sure New Zealand will come back with a few more ideas and improve as this series goes on, starting off on Sunday.